Good morning. Oh, I'm so tired. Do we know of a site that keeps the prices of the stock updated in Google Chrome? I think TradingView does. But if you don't pay for it, I'm not sure you're gonna get live data. Um, yeah, it's me. I'm working on the coffee, man. I've been up since like 4 a.m. and I went to bed at like 2. Did you sleep at all? Barely. GME shares available up to 1.7 million. When did that happen? B of E doing QE again. Gotta do something, right? I borrowed desk last 15 minutes. Can someone double check that data point on IBKR that has it open right now? Ugh. APRN, probably hot garbage, definitely overshorted. Are you using OBS? Yeah, uh, I think so. Yes, that's what it's called. 1.4 confirmed. 1.74. Okay. Thank you guys. I don't have IBKR open yet, so fucking sweet threshold liquidity. The irony in that statement, and then the fact that it comes true is ridiculous. Ding ding. Let me check pre-market liquidity for GME. I didn't get a chance to do that yet this morning. Oh yeah, a lot of it. Well, that's either a good thing for GME or really bad. Boss, what am I supposed to do with this enormous amount of bottles and reception? I couldn't even get the door open. Had to do a Tom Cruise cut through one of the windows from outside the building to get in. Was this a Dan party or something? Just go get some coffee and breakfast until the Roomba's done cleaning up. Well, it either means that they covered 1.7 million shares in the pre-market and we're going to get a big, like, bump when the dark pool settles, or it means that that they created 1.7 million shares in ETFs and they're going to short the ever-loving fuck out of us. Time will tell. Current thoughts on Drive. I feel like someone had me look at this the other day too. It's moving up. I mean, real estate's doing kind of shitty right now. However, I don't expect this breakout to last much longer. It's already losing volume. I'd be kind of careful with it. You could probably get in cheaper. And are you going to hold it for 2 years waiting on a real estate crash? I think the biggest exposure is home builders, but the home builder data came in kind of good yesterday, and that's gonna weaken the run. Like you have to look into the holdings of that ETF. It's not as real estate exposed as you'd expect. What's the play on Bobby? Reported over 100% SI on what? What reported 100% SI? Five more cat calls, holding above 160 impressively. I mean, probably, but I already have too many. Yeah, I know Upstart's still on reg show. Upstart still needs to run while on reg show, though. That's a big deal. Puts are up $8. Um, a stop. Ah, you bitch. No. This Fubo highly shorted. It's got a pretty decent chunk of short interest on it. Like 28% or something like that. How's forced covering on Upstart going? Pretty lame. I don't expect it to be crazy. Is it the fucking Morningstar report? Yeah, their float count is incorrect. Not only is it incorrect, it's not updated for the share offering either. Fucking Apple got some bad news this morning. God, 150s are cheap. Hmm. Docu's running. Yeah, Docu's having a really good morning. Up 4%. None of that volume from those shares available on GME is being realized. Is GME's next ETF FTD due to start on 10/3? No, 10/6. The out of the money contract I'm going with today. Ooh. Cool. This channel upstart is locked in is really, really annoying. Yeah, I agree. I mean, great opportunity for like longer call entry since IV's kind of low and the price is way the fuck down. So Upstart really needs to run while it's on reg show, right? It doesn't matter that it's on reg show. That's not what's important. What's important is that Upstart applies pressure is applied to Upstart while it remains on reg show. So it's really good that it hasn't been cleared off yet. We haven't seen, a push in volume or volatility to try to kind of get it off of there. So at some point that will be necessary, right? But ideally we see a large price increase while it is on reg show, because that will lead to lots of synthetic share creation, which then results in large numbers of FTDs, which then results in big VUPs and big owings to the ETFs. It's like if BBBY had stayed on reg show and then actually gone up in price. And of course, they'll do everything feasibly possible to keep it from going up while it's on reg show. Is the play done if it goes off reg show and it doesn't run up? That really depends on how the options chain shifts based on falling off of reg show. Obviously, going on to reg show has brought in some interest that wasn't there previously. So if that interest leaves and Gamma Max and GN fall back down again, kind of a different story. Don't forget that, everyone who shorted the stock down from like 400 and 180 and 120 and 80, they still have to buy back at some point. Like Upstart hitting reg show means that they've already kind of failed to buy back already, which puts them in kind of a risky position. Like they've overcrowded the short, right? It was a very successful short. They did a great job, but they've overcrowded it and tied up their liquidity. Like we weren't looking at Upstart at $80, right? But it's way more attractive at these prices. Natural gas ocean transportation. You could, yeah, for this winter. Thoughts of trying to front run crypto equity plays in anticipation of CB pivots. You mean like MicroStrategy and like Mara? So thank you for the daily DD and end of day wrap ups. I can't watch the stream as much as usual these days, and they're extremely helpful. Thank you. Thanks by way of sanction. I appreciate it, man. Not a problem. What was the negative news that you were talking about for Apple? Oh, fucking Apple got pulled back production orders for the iPhone 14 due to lower dealer demand than anticipated. I don't think it's really that bad of news, and there's still plenty of time in like the pre-order cycle for demand to pick up, which it won't. But I think near term, Apple's going to see a little bit of downside. The question is, if the market starts to rise, how much is that going to affect it? Apple is now below Vega neutral, which is really interesting. LYB. Um, what's the yield on that? 6.5. It's not bad. I mean, the only thing I'd be worried about is them pulling back that yield in the next few quarters as they make up for like supply chain issues. They're not really maintaining really good equity value, right? The price of their stock is dropping really rapidly. Um, which leads me to think that they may pull back their dividend a little bit. It would be smart for them to. Yeah, maybe be careful with that one. At least actively monitor it. Like the dividend just paid out, so it's a great time probably to buy in. But I'd be very wary of any news on them pulling back their dividend. Why doesn't this fucking update prices? What's Macy's doing this morning? Where did it go? Macy's doing kind of okay today. It's probably a good time to roll. Rev CCs, I can just buy back. Sorry, 1 second. I'm just trying to figure this out. Fubo? What's Fubo doing this morning? Fubo's not doing anything. Phew. Phew. Uh, I have Apple 150s for November. Should I consider selling or ride them out? Up to you, but I kind of like 150 right now on Apple. Thank you. I'm gonna average down the 155s I bought yesterday and use this opportunity to jump into some 150s. I don't think the news is gonna hurt them that much. And I'm still expecting a market bounce, right? Picked up SPX 3890 for 50 earlier. Nice, dude. I grabbed some October 3rd 3925s for 65, 70 each. I might grab another one. Oh, I might have just missed it. Damn it. Oh, no, I got it. Well, the October 3rds went down in price yesterday on like the big drop. So it got like a little more attractive to pick up the calls for like way out of the money calls for next week. 10.5 3900C for 410 yesterday. Safe. I mean, it's not safe, but you know, you're probably not going to sell that in the money. That's something you should consider. So as long as you can remember that expectation and just take profits off of it, then you'll be fine. I wish I could play SPX further than a 5-minute time horizon. Yeah, I feel you, dork. $1.7 million available to borrow. Some volume today, perhaps, or is it insider buying again? Um, yeah, we kind of discussed that this morning. A lot of that liquidity generated in the pre-market today. I think it's a question of, is that coming from like XRT, or is that, shares that got covered because the price is low? If it's shares that got covered, when we see that dark pool settlement, we might get a nice little run. Um, if it's ETF creation, they might just short the shit out of us with it, or use those shares to keep us from breaking over like the more important gamma flip points, because gamma flipped negative again yesterday into the end of the day. So they're still working pretty actively on keeping the market maker net negative gamma. MV upstart positions from Billionaire have me wondering about strategy for rolling. Is this something you could discuss on some level? Yeah, what do you want to know, man? I mean, obviously, as far as M goes, I didn't time my roll very well. I averaged it down and I got out at what, like 40% losses. Um, I'll probably look to move back into it at a slightly later date. Waiting for like the ETF FTD period, probably when there's a little pressure on the basket and hopefully a little more improvement in the market. GME, I'm probably going to close out soon. I'm just kind of seeing if I can get a pop for the last few contracts I'm still carrying. Upstart, I'm just going to roll out. Upstart's not really tied to just OPEX, right? Because of the reg show inclusion. So for Upstart, I want to maintain fairly constant exposure. And so, yeah, I'm going to be just rolling out October positions to November. I've been adding to some November positions already. I still have my December and January positions in it. And I still have my super fucking underwater shares, which have covered calls out on them right now. And I'd be okay with being assigned, but I probably won't be. At what point are you looking to sell GME CCs? I'm waiting for the run, like the market to spike a little bit. Um, Once we start to see some capitulation under like the 3,700 level, and that, pushes GME up, I'll be looking to sell covered calls somewhere in that range. What's the significance of the 4-year yield hitting 4%? There's a number of reasons that treasury yields rise. The current one being that, inflation is affecting it. When fixed income products become like less than desirable, the central banks will raise rates to combat the inflationary pressure. And that makes, treasuries more desirable. I think it's right now it's the highest it's been. I haven't looked at the Fred data, but I would say since 2011 or 2010, somewhere in there. But generally, the 10-year note rising and catching up pretty rapidly with shorter term treasury notes like the 2-year is indicative of especially in an inflationary environment, is indicative of a lack of investor confidence. With their expectation of a near-term market rally, how long do you think that could last? Days, weeks, months? Thanks. Well, first of all, they once the market starts rallying, that rally can be, you know, uh compounded as news comes in. So if bullish news comes in, or the Fed backs off their current hawkish pressure, or big earnings come in and they're positive, that can bring actual bullish momentum in, which can drive the rebound even higher. Um, I would expect it to be rather short though. Uh, as soon as puts are more evenly priced, I could see people just piling right back into them. I know I will be, right? So that's probably a fairly good indicator of what other people are going to do around the same time. If I was a big institution, that's exactly how I would handle it. I mean, I don't see how Japan gets out of selling some treasuries, but there's a lot of political issues that come up with doing that, right? And that may be something that they want to avoid. I think I think if there's any way for them to avoid selling treasuries, they'll pursue that first. But if the dollar gets strong enough, I don't see that they have a choice. Zach, oh, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Powell on in a few. Do you know what he's speaking on today? Bostic already spoke. We have pending home sales coming up in about 2 minutes. Powell at 10:15. Yeah, we can watch the Powell speech. Is it on their YouTube channel? No. Someone want to send me a link? I would sell above the peak probably for this Friday. Or not this Friday, next Friday. Sorry. Thoughts on Oxy here? How's it priced today? Hold on. Let me take a look. Ooh, JJG looks really good today. Yeah, still nice price. That test of 57 yesterday was really good. It's exciting. Cat starting its uptrend, too early to confirm. It looks like it's starting to bounce, yeah. $67.24. 167.77. Pick up some of those on here too. Maybe I'll wait. Break of 165 might lead to a little bit of a sell-off. Because my 165 just went quite green. Jesus, that got obliterated. Fucking bull trap. Did anybody get the link for Powell's speech? Powell didn't say anything yet. Gamma Max for upstarts at 33. Pending home sales down 24% from August. That's, yeah, year over year. What was the expected 23? Hmm. Down 2% from July 2022. Negative 2% from July 2022. No. Oh, okay. Yeah. Month over month, it's down 2%. AMD shares or leaps? Mm, what's your, like, you want to buy it? If you want to buy AMD long term, I'd wait a few months. If you're just trying to play the short term, like leaps or shares are probably fine. Does that mean you have 500 Rev 35s? I have a bit more than that. Pretty close. Nice, Posty. Few weeks, is that good? Don't we need demand to cool? I mean, we want the housing market to drop, yeah. We want the bubble to deflate. That's part of the Fed's goals, so it's, I mean, it's not bullish, but it's in line with expectations. What's your price target for the Ref 35s? I mean, if they hit like 150 or 2, I'll sell them off. Again. I've sold them off a few times already, like 4 times already. I just buy back into them every time. Cat was very cheap yesterday. VIX is at dangerous levels. Yeah, it's quite high. Oh, that still looks okay. Yeah, Ref 35s are really cheap right now. The must sell CCs into OPEX? Like through the OPEX period or expiring before the OPEX period? We're doing all right, Frog Dogs. Thanks for asking, man. Have you seen any sell-off of the SPX puts? I mean, a little bit. It's still choppy, right? I think what we're seeing more than anything is we're seeing longer term positions close because they're really profitable. And we're seeing a lot of short term positions open because they're cheaper. But right now, skew's still positive at the 3,700 strike, 3,750, 3,800. So 3,665 is quite negative right now, but I think all of that's the front loaded. Yeah. And on the closest expirations, it's getting quite positive to the upside. But it hasn't gone very positive like at the money. So 36.55 and 36.50 are still a little bit negatively weighted. And 36.65 and 70 are kind of weak. Um if we cross 36.70, it gets pretty bullish. The Gex flip is still up in like the 3,900s. GME outperforming the market quite a bit here. Thanks, John Timberlake Crisp, but I'm pretty sure that that was the speech from like yesterday, not today's. Remarks at a conference in St. Louis. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, I'm not gonna. Okay, we're not listening to the Fed speech. How does VIX 20p for December sound? Really cheap. Also, just insanely far out of the money. That's why it's really cheap. It's really presumptuous thinking that VIX won't hold like a 25 level into the latter half of the year. I mean, it might not. Don't get me wrong. If we get like a big rally, like a big bear rally, it could fall back below, but you're going to need a pretty big move. Potato Tom, I can be red, I can be brown, I can be dug up outside, I can be purple, I can be dirtful, I can be prepared the way you like. Thank you, Potato Tom. Quick thought on borrowable shares. Since it's 4 to 1, 1.7 million shares is only like 400K. No, 1.7 million shares is like 1.7 million shares. There is no 4 to 1. That's over. The split is done. Stop comparing pre-split numbers. It's a terrible habit to get into. 2 month lingerer of Bithead and the John guy giving me free Cornichon. Nice, PNW dude. They do like to give out a lot of free Cornichon memberships. Morpheus, on the peak of the run, would you sell CC Strike above the peak or below the peak? If the strike is at 30, you would sell CC, let's say 33, 30 DTE, or 21, or at 21, 30 DTE as example for Jimmy. Okay, your question's kind of confusing. I would still sell out of the money covered calls, and I definitely wouldn't sell them for 30 days out. If we peak right now and run up to 30, I would probably sell like 3250s or 35s for October 14th. Did you see them posted on Supersonic about how swaps from 2021 have been hidden in 2023? No. And every 2 years, the swaps have to be renewed. Could you touch on that? Explain how it works. I mean, they don't have to be renewed. They can be swapped with something else. You don't even know what the like. Nobody knows what the swaps are for. So since there's no transparency in the swap market, it's irrelevant because it's not something that can be tracked, and there's no viable data to garner from it. So it's useless, mostly speculation and an irrelevant assumption. No problem. So not real DD. Probably, I mean, I haven't seen it, but I would imagine it's a bunch of like swap expiration dates and pictures of the basket. Except swaps expire on like OPEX dates. They just want to believe in MOASS, and they'll use any possible data point, no matter how elusive or incomplete, in order to push that narrative. What IV30 did Rev max out at on the last couple of pops? IV30 is an end of day measurement. Um, it's taken like a snapshot of market close, but I think like the peak IV was 477, and that was on June 22nd. Uh, August 2nd hit 324. Current IV is about 185, but it's moving up again. So IV on Revlon's starting to kind of turn up. It's had throughout this year though, it's had several pops above, even last year above 200. Above 300 even. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19? 19 moves above 300% IV this year. So far. The swap market isn't transparent, and nobody knows what any swap is for, right? You just know the type of swap being swapped. It's like a performance swap or a performance basket swap or a volatility swap, but there's no way to tell, if GME is being swapped for something else because, they're using GME's high IV to cover, a short vol position somewhere else, or, there's just thousands and thousands of swaps transacted every day with no transparency whatsoever. But swaps don't have any effect on the underlying stock. Not directly, right? And so it doesn't fucking matter. I read the post they were talking about they had to I read the post they were talking about they had to pepper it with catchphrases like this is the part we say fuck you, pay me, and stuff like that for more upvotes. Oh Jesus. So it's just complete garbage. Thoughts on Ray Dalio calling for a short squeeze on UVXY? If the market doesn't rally, he might be right. At least he's trying to get people to pump one for him. So Ray Dalio coming out and saying that there could be a short squeeze on UVXY means that he already has a bunch of $50 calls on UVXY. CFTC does regulate swaps. That's not shadow banking. They just don't tell you about it because you don't need to know. The more hyped SS remains, the more they DRS. The more they DRS, the higher chance there is going to be volatility runs on GME. Stay hyped SS over nonsense. It's good. That doesn't mean I'm not going to call out bullshit when I see it. Right? There'll always be a contingent of people fucking DRSing. I don't think we have to worry about that. But letting misinformation run rampant could really kill any potential play. Besides it being disingenuous. Upstart first day on Reg Show 9-2. Carl. There is no Fubo short squeeze. I don't know why people keep going on about that. There's never been a Fubo short squeeze. So far, there is no Revlon short squeeze. There may never be one. Dick. It is a regulated lending market. It's heavily regulated by counterparty risk. That's all they need to do. People assume that we need, heavier regulation in a lot of these transactions, but what we really want is more transparency, right? It's not really that we want to see more regulation there. We want to see more transparency. The market is already regulated by counterparty risk. The regulation is self-fulfilling, and every participant looking after their own best interests, you end up with a fair market. Usually. I started selling weekly CCs on Bobby a month ago. So far, averaging between 2 to 3% cost basis reduction each week. Seems good to me, but I don't really know if it's good, bad, average. 2 to 3% yield on a weekly cover call is very good. If no Fubo short squeeze, when Fubo long squeeze? Interesting. I don't know. Give it a couple years. Every move up is a short squeeze. Yeah. It's the meaning behind it has been diluted. Good morning, Girk, and good morning to all. Can you touch on Apple and the Vega neutral level? Rehedging of swaps that you spoke about yesterday. Yeah, volatility swaps get rehedged when stocks with large amounts of volatility swaps fall below Vega neutral. We'll see. Obviously, I think the sell-off on Apple's still continuing to some degree. It was slowing a little bit earlier. Yeah, so it's coming back. Like I said, I didn't think the news was going to severely impact it, but it did give a really good opportunity to buy into like 150s. I think mostly Apple's just really well positioned to move up with the market right now. And if it starts moving, they'll start, hedging that drop below Vega neutral, and it could cause like a bit of a rally. What do you got, Jean-Claude? Sorry, I missed that, man. A few years. Will the Fubo average height squeeze be faster? Possibly. I mean, Fubo is just a long-term buy and hold. It has some attractive prospects in regards to like volatility shorting and its potential there, but I wouldn't be betting on, Fubo hitting like $10 before the end of this year. It may have some runs. You may be able to capture some profits on those runs and roll those profits back into the stock. IV on it's high enough that selling covered calls and CSPs is already really profitable. I don't think there's a lot to complain about. It's holding its price range very, very well against massive drops in the market. It's a good boy, you know. I'm becoming more conscious of how the superstock buy and hold mentality affects my trading negatively. Very, very negatively. But my CSP expires next week. I'm fucking with you. I know Fubo is our favorite son. Thanks, John Claude. JPOW squarting? A little bit. I'm just moving my stops up on my SPX calls here. Ooh, gap up? Gross. Oh, it held. That's gotta fill, right? Okay. Oh, my stops. Don't touch them. Go away. What do you got, Carl? Ooh, what's this? Upstart? Some nice fucking two adjusted volume. FTD 2+0. Failed to volume ratios. Holy shit. Failed to volume ratio spiked hard going into the reg show listing. 10, 17, 13%. Value, value, value. Nice. T+35 volume, Carl. All right, I gotta move these up. SPX 3700 today. I mean, yeah, I've got a bunch of them. I have a bunch of them from today and a bunch of them from yesterday. Oh, you mean will it hit it? It's looking good right now. This is a nice, consistent run. It hasn't really lost strength. Like it's stayed pretty consistent and now it's breaking up, which is a good signal. Ah, stopped out. Damn. Oh, those were 0 DTEs. Okay, never mind. You don't like getting CSVs sent to you, right? I prefer not. The SPX gap up like that caused by a big batch of puts closing quickly. Could be, yeah. They could also be bought by they can also be caused by like big batches of calls being bought. Straddle legs getting closed off, that kind of thing. I mean, it's all puts and calls, but high price target for GME. Right now it still looks like 31.25 would be kind of the max. I don't think we get enough volume to run up to Gamma Max. And if we do, that's really not very good for the near term. Pickles rally, prophecy coming to fulfillment. So far, we'll see. It's still quite low. My prophecy's slightly more bullish than this. If we cross 3,700, then we can talk about prophecies coming true and me being a stock god and things like that. My BTU cover calls are in the money. What a great start to this stock. Yeah, I would have told you not to sell, not to do a buy right on BTU right away, man. Not at those prices. If Cat jumps up to 175 today, I will say it. Oh, speaking of which, what's Cat doing? Do I still have time to buy more 170s? I do. I'm so log everything right now. Will we ever see another shirtless pickle? Who knows? It's kind of an attractive strike, too. 172 50s. Risky. Although. Dork, we're gonna realize our fucking far out of the money SPX dreams. We're so close. I mean, if the market hits 4,000 by Friday, I'll make $1 million or close to $1 million. I don't think it's gonna hit 4,000 by Friday. $1 million on how much capital? I don't know, like 110,000. It'd be like a 10x. If it's 4,000 by today, I'll make $900. I think you'd make a lot more than that, Dork. You have what call? Spy 395s. Oh, okay. I'm up $200 on my Fubo stock, and I'm super pleased. Up is up, right? You just keep getting more money and compounding, right? Total exposure, $35. Nice, Dork. You just need 10 wins in a row, man. You got this. What are your V calls at, ZZ? How the fuck do I comb through ETFs quickly to track FTDs on them? Intel? Carl, if you want to use our login, get in touch with DT. By DT, I mean Daniel Taylor. It makes me dance, though. Yeah, I know. But, you know, besides whatever psychosexual games you guys are going to play with each other anyway, it's worth it. I think Fintel, you can set up like a basket of FTDs to track, so it might make it easier long term. I know. I think it outputs it in like a CSV format. Might be the only fucking thing they're good for. Yeah. Otherwise, I mean, you can make like a script to pull a set of FTD reports from the SEC every day or every time they come out with the new list. I don't think that's that hard either. Like you just set up a Excel spreadsheet. Revlon epically clawing its way back to 515. Thoughts on Apple being near Vega neutral? What is Vega neutral on Apple today? Hold on, let me double check something here. Up, up. 148.44. I think yeah, it already fell below, and it's now almost crossing back to the upside of it. We'll see how it works. When GME has hit Vega neutral in the past, there have been some crazy fucking rallies. Jesus Christ, look at this thing go. Really trying. Carl, I hope you have a $5 Wendy's Biggie bag ready to get that login info from Daniel Taylor. Daniel Rock, thank you so much, man. It's good to see you, dude. Daniel Rock, one of the elder Dans. I can't be arsed listening to penny stocks rattle around on the LSE. I don't know, Cyprus? You can trade American options with no taxes. It's warm most of the time. Like, they have good weather. When are you repositioning for the downside? Higher. Much higher. Like, I'm probably not gonna start buying puts till it breaks like 3,800. And even then, my entry will be probably pretty far out of the money and far dated. So at 3 p.m., that's a bit overly bullish. Which ETFs are more important to weight? Percent holdings or total shares? Total shares, Carl. Everything will rally on a market bounce. I'm sure ARK will too. You think ARK will beat just the index itself, though? Or like Apple or Amazon or Rivian or QQQQ or TQQQ? Speaking of TQQQ, how's my position over there? That's pretty good. I get more exposure? Ooh. What's your TQQ basis? I have 20s that are in the money. And I have 22s roughly around it's like 187. It's not that great. Cuz the low was yesterday and I bought most of them Tuesday. I mean, depends on the Greek, Michael Wagner. The theta's fixed. At like the point you buy it. But no, like the intrinsic value and extrinsic value change. The Greeks change. That's like none of that's like static. I'm not sure if you mean it's static or is like. I mean, your contract's based on your Greeks for your contract are based on where you bought the contract. That's a confusing question. Can you enumerate? Sitting on some 360Ps for October 21, starting to go red now. I think I cut them if we cross 370 with some volume. 360Ps. Would you agree that would be a bullish reversal? Yeah, 370 is pretty stacked to the call side. So I would say, yeah, that's probably a pretty good confirmation of a bullish reversal. We've tested 370 and change 2 times in the last few days. So, you know, watch for a rejection, obviously, because those rejections can be very, like we've been testing 3,700 in the morning and then, you know, all that short dated call exposure gets sold off and that leads to kind of like a rundown back into that range where the puts are stronger. Reasonable to assume that in a small market rally, the AMD could see 74, 75 by end of next week. Yeah, I don't think that's unreasonable. I'm just wondering if Delta, for example, when the contract goes in the money. I mean, yeah, it's your Delta when you buy the contract is part of its premium, right? So, you know, if you get the contract cheap while Delta's low, you're paying less in premium. And then as that Delta rises, the premium value of the contract you're holding increases. What ETF would be best for buying puts for a pour trying to get leverage for the downside? I'd rather get more leverage than play the SPY. Like, are you trying to like bet on a crash? Dylan, or are you just trying to play like a near term move? Because if you're trying to play something shorter term, or you know, like in a couple weeks, you think the market's going to drop to X level, it's really best to stick with like the SPY. If you're trying to play like a crash or like a big move down, and you're trying to like DCA into leverage over time, you could play like VIX or like SPXS. But SPXS is kind of really high right now, so obviously you'd want to probably wait for a little bit of more of a rally to make it cheaper or bring it at least nearer the like average price for the last couple months. Yeah, SPXL puts, SPXS calls. Guesstimation on GME would even approach 35 plus. You need we would probably need an OPEX run, honestly. GME spread is widening. Bullish. Ooh. quite a bit. Jesus. See, if you want to compare something pre-split, there you go. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well today, which makes me kind of pissy that I have not completed rolling my position, but I really don't care that much. I find playing options on ETFs other than SPY to be far inferior to just playing SPX or SPY. QQQ's cheaper and usually just as good. But yeah, I agree. Woot, I got a free super chat. Thanks for everything. Thanks, BGZ. Appreciate it, man. I don't plan on buying any near-term puts at the moment. I want to play the downside for the next drop after the rally, then play a crash closer to Jan. So SPXS is probably really good for that. Or, you know, puts on SPXL. Like that's probably the cheapest exposure you're gonna get to SPY. You know, there's also SQQQ and TQQQ, and I think like SDAO and what's the other one? I never play it, but looked like it was gonna go lower to the upper 150s. I don't know. There's a lot of demand for cat when it hits 160, like a lot. Big institutional demand, boomer demand. That like it has a 3% yield, and at 160 it's massively undervalued. I think analyst projections for cats still place it at like 240, 220. It has a hard time holding those valuations, but it doesn't have a very hard time realizing them. It's just like they have so much exposure over so many different industries that the market has a really hard time evaluating pricing on it. And so, you know, it's super inefficient, which is awesome if you're a trader. Even undervalued in the current macro. Yeah, I mean, Cat's revenues aren't really affected in the long term. I mean, they're affected by some things, but at the same time, like their manufacturing and stuff like that is affected. But most of their revenue stream comes from lease contracts that are multiple years long, right? And so they can kind of ride out a recession or, you know, economic, like several quarters of economic decline without really any effect to their bottom line. And that's huge, right? But it's hard to for, you know, the market to correctly evaluate that, because like bearish news for Caterpillar can also be bullish for other aspects of the business. Got any more recommendations similar to Fubo? Looking to harvest theta and eat steak. I mean, Upstart looks pretty good. I'm still digging into some of their contracts and their financials, but I'm liking what I'm finding so far. I think it's already got a bunch of buyers built in, which is cool. MVIS. I haven't looked into that in a while. Ugh, Jesus. That's why. From a technical standpoint, it looks decent. Their earnings are atrocious, though. Like, their financials are not good. So, I mean, I guess you're just trying to bet on it squeezing more. I would look into, like, where the liquidity is coming from on this. I have a feeling that it's likely warrants or something like that. I agree that there's a decent amount of accumulation going on right now, but their financials do not look good, even for a company as small as them. Revenues are growing, net losses are widening. Uh, I mean, I feel like the thing you're looking for here is a buyout. It's already trading way above book. I don't know. It's just not worth that much. Not right now. Being in a growth cycle right now, moving into this economy is, yeah. I don't like it. I think there's better semiconductor plays if that's what you're interested in. I'd rather buy Intel, and I hate Intel. They shelved a buyout. That's called negotiating. Yeah, Jimmy is illiquid. It's getting more illiquid. They threshold XRT, which is going to provide them with some additional liquidity, which they'll then max out on. And once they've used up all the liquidity, we'll have an OPEX run, and then the liquidity will be restored, and we'll do it all over again. Nice guitar stuff. Do you expect a run during this and next week for GME? Next week. I mean, if the market keeps moving up, it's gonna keep dragging GME up slightly, right? But utilization's really low. They can cap that move. There's plenty of liquidity and borrowable shares. I still think GME, in the next month is gonna see another big leg down. But This week with the rising like market, there's some opportunities. Then from the 6th to the 14th, we have ETF FTDs, which may or may not be very significant, but usually lead to like a 10 or 15% price improvement. Um, After that, probably not a lot till November. It looks more like November than October right now. Um, but we'll see how it looks after the ETF FTDs and how like liquidity is and Jamie's options chain at that point. If we hit like October 14th and they short the shit out of GME, that's like a really good setup for November. The 1.6 million shares are borrowed. Okay. Sponsorship is a strong word for what amounted to getting a free skateboard once in a while. Is there a subscription tier or donation amount I can provide to get Techno Pickle Song? I don't remember the original condition to hear it. No. No. I have to be feeling in a specific mood for that one. Thanks, full disclosure. Yeah, I didn't think those shares were gonna last very long. Spy 380, Techno Pickle, Gordon Ramsay, Michelin Star Bear. My options book came in. I read a chapter on definitions. Let me know if you want my stock research. I'll explain it like L first defense speech, negate mens rea, and legally blonde, full port. Nice. You have to Ko-fi $1,000 because it demonetizes the stream. I wish the stream made $1,000 a day. I'd be way more happy on here. I'd probably be incentivized to try to get other people to join the channel instead of slowly eliminating more and more viewers over time. I know. Thanks, JC. So I bought SPX 3900s expiring next Friday for a decent price. Am I financially ruined? Probably. Yeah, the intraday pressure is not very good. I agree. We're more likely to see a collapse at this point than a break of 3,700. But we'll see. Let me look at some of the bigger data points. Pound's actually moving up pretty nicely. Dixie's down. Back under 113. Actually, this doesn't look that bad. VIX is moving down pretty hard. The Russell 2000 recovery is insane. Fucking double the S&P. You're betting on the wrong fucking index. Is there a volatility index on the VIX? The VVIX. I'm not kidding. That's a real thing. BTU's fucking killing it the last few days. I know. The problem with BTU is it's really hard to buy and hold because when you buy it at good prices, it always bounces. And then you're up like 30% and you're like, I guess I'll sell it. You want more viewers? You know what you have to do? Calf cam. Okay, that's not gonna attract more viewers. That's gonna eliminate people who are here not to see my calves, and only embolden those who are. So the VVVVVIX exists? You mean so that'd be volatility of the volatility index that's tracking the volatility of the volatility index that tracks the volatility of the volatility index that tracks the volatility of the volatility index? No, I don't think it goes that many levels out. It's just like futures on VVIX. But what's tracking that? VIX to the fourth. I swear to God, I had the most random dream last night. You were streaming with the camera showing your entire apartment, and you were on the Stairmaster talking to us. Well, I don't own a Stairmaster, so it's definitely a dream. There is a volatility index for the future, for volatility futures. I don't think you can trade it, though. I want to make a leveraged ETN that's priced randomly between 10 and 100 throughout the day, but always closes at 0. That's my idea, you son of a bitch. Too late, got the patent. You know you have a piton in that apartment? I don't. I have a Concept 2 rower, and I'm still looking into buying a treadmill because I hate the rowing machine. No, I don't think I would describe myself as a CrossFitter. It's not very loud at all. It's actually pretty quiet. Also, my neighbor's crazy. She doesn't complain about anything. Good treadmills get insanely expensive, easily over 10, 20K for a good one. God damn it, Stefan. I don't care. I know how much they cost. Yeah, they're not cheap. No, I have not slept with my neighbor. APRN ripping. Okay, you've been here a while. I'll look at it. Cool. Oh, no, never mind. It's just doing the same shit as all the other basket stocks. It's also trading above its gamma max, which is very odd. Does it not have options? Why is gamma max $1? Do you have Greeks on Fubo available? Yeah, but what do you need them for? GM's at 733, DN's at 480. GN and VN are down in like the mid $2 range. Have you peeped iLag? It was in the River Runs dry DD. Yeah, I mean, the stocks at the end of the Rivers Run dry DD were pretty easy to find at the time. But yeah, I've followed up on it and looked at it. It's interesting. I blew up my Robinhood account this week. Nice. Play a sad song? No. I thought everyone was ignoring me for months. YouTube filtering is super whack. Yeah, it is. If sometimes they'll filter your name and you're pretty fucked. 2930 this week or too early? It's possible, but we really need the market to rip. How does Upstart look to you? Nice. I like it. It's moving up. I'm now only $2 away from my cost basis. I have way too many shares of it at way too much money. I'd be very happy with getting assigned. I also have a fairly unreasonable number of out of the money calls. I know. We can download and calculate it, but how would you pull up Gamma Max on APRN in seconds? What? Just do the math. It's easy. This is what you do. You capture an interdimensional fairy cat. You handcuff it and put it in your basement. You have Carl shit while staring it directly in the eyes every day, until its will is broken, and then eventually you can get Greek data on demand. It takes a while. You've really got to let the, Stockholm syndrome kick in. Internet filtering is very strange. DFE's been trying to get us to sell Jamie for months, but keeps getting shadow banned. Isn't that just the plot of Artemis Fowl? Yes. How can Carl be an alpha when he has low T? He's not. Is SPX gonna go for it? It might. You feeling the tingle, dork? That's just silly. Thanks, Roaring Kitty. I know it is. But it's a fun thought experiment. Okay, I'm out. Gotta get the kids down for a nap. I hope to check back in within a few hours. Good luck, all. Don't die, Zakir. We'll miss you. Have you boarded up your home? Make sure that you buckle the kids down to the bed. Or, I don't know what you have to do in hurricanes, but that sounds accurate. PT on this cat rally, if no good news comes in to bring in the real bulls, like 175, 172.50. That really depends on how the Dow recovers. Sometimes with all the bad news coming out and commodities still fairly cheap, the Dow might recover really quickly. So it'll depend. Like if you're paying attention, you'll start to see that we're seeing a lot of divergence in the indices, which is something that happens in bear markets. Like IWM today is outperforming the S&P 500 and the Dow and Nasdaq by like almost double, right? Don't joke, these storms are very scary. Well, I know that. I wasn't joking. Maybe we shouldn't live where it floods. Well, living in places like Florida, Oklahoma, and Arizona are just a testament to man's arrogance. Gherk we running. Gherk vapes hard and stares into the camera and sails. Stares into the time and sails. Exhales and looks into the camera. We running, Gherk? Oh yeah, we running. Are you writing fan fiction again? Did you receive a notice of claims for Revlon from the bankruptcy court? Yeah. I don't care. I seem to remember flooding in New York back with Hurricane Sandy. Yeah, there was like boats in the streets and all the subways were full of water. What's your point? You still leave your apartment. That's why you stay well stocked on ice cream sandwiches, right? I wasn't here for Sandy. I'm moving out of California in a few months. Gas is like $6. But the second you move out, it's gonna drop to like 4. Is that how New York cleans the subways? Yes. It may be the only time the subways get cleaned. Did you profit after the after-hour Sava move? Is that how they're going to clear obligations going forward? It's already broken Gamma Max, right? And the market maker's already starting to flip their hedge. Like, Sava doesn't look super bullish moving forward. I'd be kind of careful with it. The New York City subway system is run by a cat and a hamster wheel. That sounds about right. How are the next few weeks for Fubo looking? Fine. It's not a short-term play. You're not going to make a lot of money trying to play Fubo on a short-term time frame. Like, honestly, it's probably not worth the investment. The notional moves are still too small. Uh Volatility is already kind of high. You're better off, and I know you're going to hate to hear this, buying and holding. Or, trying to position into leaps when IV drops off. I now have 15,000 shares of Fubo. Bro, we're Eskimo holders. I think people ask PT on Fubo to sell CCs on it. I mean, if you go more than like $1 out of the money, the cover calls aren't worth anything. It would be a shame if this hurricane messed up Citadel's new Miami HQ, eh? I mean, it probably won't. If you weren't in either one yet, would you wheel Fubo or GME? Looking for consistent gains. I mean, Fubo's got higher IV than GameStop, so I feel like that's an easy answer. Everyone keeps saying that I live in Brockton, Massachusetts, but I haven't lived there in a while. I live a good hour away from there in Wilmington, Mass. There are fewer Dans here. Well, I wouldn't expect you to stay in Brockton after last year. I've been to Brockton. It's, yeah. One day, Roaring Kitty, me and you can go out to the bars in Boston and insult women as a form of courting, a courtship ritual. Wilmington isn't that much of a step up. Any publicly traded insurance companies were shorting due to the storms. Sure. Yeah, you could try to play it. I would check out historical events there though. Generally it's not until the claims start rolling in that you see a decline in price. Can you explain warrants a bit in general? I don't understand them. Thank you. They're like options for shares. There's a lot of different kinds of warrants. I don't really know how you want me to generalize them. But options are options for shares. This is accurate. It's just another type of derivative contract, right? It's the like warrants, generally speaking, warrants give the holder the right to buy or sell shares of stock to or the from a public company or the issuer at a specified price before a specified date. So you're much like an option. You're under no obligation to buy or sell the underlying stock. So warrants have a strike. It's the per share price. And you exercise them to buy the stock. But the difference is you buy the stock directly from the company. So by exercising a warrant, you're creating you're forcing the company to liquidate equity. Could you take a few minutes to illustrate the CSP strategy to get assigned? Using Fubo as an example, please. You just sell like $4 CSPs, right? You sell in the money CSPs. That's how you get assigned, is you have a CSP and it's in the money. Why were you in Brockton? There's literally nothing good there. I just drove through it. Well, that's not true. I stopped at a Trader Joe's and I bought a snack. Although the Trader Joe's might not have been in Brockton. It was Brockton adjacent. Was it Trader Joe's russet potato chips? You know what? I did buy those. I don't have commercial freezers in my car. I have like a few friends that live in Massachusetts, so I go up there every once in a while. Hanover? That might have been it. There was like, it was like in a parking lot next to a McDonald's, very close to a large mall. Trader Joe's has this dill pickle brine powder seasoning. I literally bought it for the memes while thinking of you. Currently enjoying it sprinkled on some of TJ's crinkle cut salt and pepper chips. Huh. Can you check out stock symbol love? Considering a long-term investment with them, but I have a very smooth brain. Roaring pickle hidden kitty. Yeah, I'll give it a look. Love? The Love Sack Company? Ugh. Why are you bullish on this company? They just overcharge people for shoddy furniture. Like, don't get me wrong, when the economy's going great and people are making really stupid purchases, I'm sure they'll do fine, but right now, this can't be that good, right? 30 cents earnings per share. They have moderately atrocious cash flow. Although liabilities are going down. What's the share price? Trading about 2x book. Hmm. See, they don't make that much money and they're not that efficient. I don't know. I'd buy it around $10, but I wouldn't buy it at 20. Margins aren't very good. Net margin. That's kind of positive. Huh. Enterprise value is going way down. A bit gross margins fairly stable. Net margin is not super great. I guess it's getting better. Not a ton of debt, which is good. Like, I don't think their debt's unmanageable. And their current liabilities are pretty low. They could do okay. I think they'll have problems expanding their customer base over the next few years unless they drastically reduce their margins. It's not institutionally held 102% of the float. It's just delayed SEC 13, like 13F and 13G reporting. GME didn't break VN. Apple did. You mean DN? Yeah, provided they don't just internalize all the price action. Yeah, no problem, Roaring Pickle, Hidden Kitty. Apple 155C October monthlies are dead. Not necessarily. I averaged down the 155s this morning and bought more 150s. Apple was looking fine after it recovered like in the early part of the afternoon. Or the late morning. I haven't looked at it for like an hour. Yeah, this is okay. I picked up some 150s here at 144. And bought some more 155s. I don't have a huge Apple position, but I have a decent amount. 2 weeks with the rising, if the market rises, it's still a good play. Do you think it's fair to say we have found a bottom on QQQ? Hold on. Oh, where did it go? And SPY? Lots of bullish divergence on RSI. I mean, sure. I wouldn't use RSI to determine that, but I do think we may have seen the bottom. That's possible. We'll need to see how much put capitulation we get. Tomorrow's a big day for that because we're approaching end of the week and Theta's really starting to bite into those short positions that are already losing some delta value. How are you making money on your Fubo shares currently? I think I have 450 CCs out right now. They're up quite a bit. Yeah, they're up about 80%. I should probably close these actually. Hmm. Why go November 4th? Like, if you want to be assigned, why wouldn't you just sell out of the money covered calls into like OPEX periods till one hits? At least capture the theta value while you wait. No, I wouldn't open fours. It's too close to the money. What if that is Roaring Kitty? That'd be super cool. We'll never know, right? Like, it's a different account, but that's all we know, right? Like, but obviously he wouldn't be going around YouTube on his own fucking YouTube account. I'm slowly starting to get some of the stuff you've probably been saying forever, but can you please explain negative gamma and gamma flipping? Yeah, you have the market maker moving from net short puts, right? They're selling puts to moving net short calls, which means they're selling calls. And the flip point is the point at which they start to hedge the sold calls, right? Because everything the market maker sells is they're selling naked. So if they're below, if they're net negative gamma, they're buying into rising prices selling into falling prices. And then if they're net positive gamma, they're selling into rising prices and buying into falling prices. So it's very easy if you think about it that way to see how net negative gamma leads to high volatility. Net positive gamma leads to very stable, like, growth trends, right? Because if the price drops, they start buying. Market going to continue to rally through the day. More and more pressure applied will lead to more and more shorts closing, right? So the longer we sustain levels like this, and short theta is decaying, the more likely they are to capitulate. Remember the chart? This wasn't just for fun. What did I do with it? I lost it. Hold on. This. So think of it like this. You're short, right? Your point of capitulation, like, this is for long side, but if you're short, you have theta. Delta. So either the delta moves up, which forces capitulation, or theta decays, which forces capitulation. The longer we stay deadlocked within a range, the more likely shorts are to capitulate, which will, drive prices up. I couldn't make this shit easier to understand if I tried. Yeah, market makers are also buying your options because they have to. It's their job. What do we got here, Doric? Revlon? Huh. Is it gonna squirt? That looks very squirty. And unusual. How far does that go back? I need to see another squart period. Yeah, I know it's bullish, but show me some other squarty areas so I can compare. Very rare and bigger than others for months. Ooh. Oh. That's a big deal. But that just makes me feel like DDS is gonna squart. On your VWAP hat. Alright. I'm prepared. Hold on. Okay. What's your main options broker? Probably IBKR. I've been using my other WeBull account more and more, but IBKR and then Schwab and then Tastyworks, probably in that order. Mr. Griffin, they found the rev score. What do we do? Did they finally run out of shares to manufacture on rev? Something. Rev back to 650, guys. We can do it. Why so bullish on rev all of a sudden? Oh, I'm just gonna show them so they stop asking me questions, dork. I have to trim it though. Hold on. Cause rev finna squart. That's why bullish on rev. Yeah, mustard and ketchup doing a wide divergence. Did you just trim off the BlackRock logo? Finna squiz. Maybe. That's a bit. Relish is still within, I mean, it's in a low range, but it's not crazy low. Oh, sorry. How do I delete this? Yeah, that does mean that, Darbwire. Your buy order jumped the price 2%. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm glad I bought my calls back this morning. How hard do we finish square? I think we can move all the way back to 666. Say $10, but why that would be inaccurate. Every time Jork sends you a DM, the stock square. Why isn't this dude rich yet? Um, because he has no money. Otherwise, he'd probably lay out more money on the on the squirting. Also, a lot of this is just testing, right? Refining things, and it doesn't squirt every time I get a DM. Believe me, if it did, I'd be rich already. What do you make of the 550K shares tomorrow on Revlon today? Interesting. Gotta get liquidity from somewhere. This is your fault, Dork. Nice, Blueberry Batman. What's broken? The pricing of options on the Revlon chain. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. saw a hoof. You gotta tease the OnlyFans content once in a while. Gherkin's off stream selling you all his covered calls on Revlon. No. That's crazy talk. Did you sell any covered calls today on Rev or GME? I sold some bear call spreads, or bull call spreads on SPX. Saxo isn't letting me buy Rev options. Okay, I don't know why. Impact of surging energy costs. Isn't that kind of like expected? Sounds kind of bullish to let the market go higher in time for CPI data. Yeah. And then for November, they hit it with like a 100 BPS increase. Then after it drops, they announced that they're only going to do 20.25 in December. Then everything rallies up into Q4 earnings. And Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Tesla all come out unanimously and say, hey guys, we're not going to make that much money this year. But the bank's already sold at the top. Don't get me wrong, there'll be some honest companies that come out Q3 and are like, hey, this isn't going to last. I guess my biggest concern with Revlon is we're the only people in the world that know about it, besides people like that already own it. Are you a fan of Tech9? I don't really know who that is. I've heard the name before. I'm a really big fan of the NASDAQ Tech 100. How's the SPY, SPX, SPXX, all, etc. all calculated? Does that affect the others? No, those are derivatives of the SPX. Indices are valued based on the weight and price of their components. Technically, buying the SPY has an effect on SPX because when you buy SPY, they have to make up the NAV, which forces them to go out and buy their weighted holdings, right? Which drives up the price across the index. So yes, but not true with like XPXS. Those are like swapped options leverage on SPX that are set to return a 3x return on the bull or bear side. And because they're options based positions, that's why they have built-in like value decay. That's also how my wife determines my value via decay. I mean, that's all Rev ever needed was interest, but it needs a lot of it. Sure, security engineer. Based off the weight and cost of components. I see. You get Elon to put on makeup. I mean, that's not hard to do. And tweet, maybe it's Maybelline. The cool thing about Rev is if there's ever an actual catalyst, it'll just blow up. I'm here with you, Dork. I know. I'm just waiting for the inevitable rejection at 37.15, followed by an immediate crash back down to 63.26. Rev got 4K volume in and around the minutes that you talked about it. Yeah, most of that was mine. Do it again. I'm targeting like 285 on the QQQ for my TQQQ position. How's Upstart doing? Oh, nice. God, Jamie looks so bullish. Are we finna squart or fail? Good question. Bounce here is important on the EMA 30. But the SPY's already broken 3,700, or SPX has. The SPY will catch up pretty quickly. Did you buy a handful of Avia? Absolutely not. That thing's a piece of shit. Hey, dude, I'm getting married this weekend. If you can make some calls to BlackRock and get Rev to Rip, that'd be awesome. Larry doesn't want to buy back in until it's officially relisted. Which stock do you like the most for income generation? I mean, it varies week to week. Covered call selling, I've probably made more on Tesla than anything else. Percentage wise. Although I've done really well on AMD too. Jimmy probably third, but that's because I haven't been selling covered calls on it for long. I only started in March of this year. GME will quickly surpass the other two, like before the end of this year. SPX 3720. Hmm. 3715's rough. Or at least it was this morning. It'll be a hard slog upwards to 3750 if we hold. Because now we've got to get the next like layer of shorts to capitulate. Don't expect it to just fly off the handle here. Almost every strike from this point up has like net negative delta, or it did this morning, right? So we've been rising. Some of that is definitely shed, but not all of it, right? If we get another big drop, probably a really good opportunity to go short the VIX at 30. Like if we get another drop and it falls to a higher low, that moment will be a good opportunity for a VIX position. No, because Jimmy failed the test. $36.95 maybe. Yeah, I could see us falling back to $36.95 here. Maybe even back to $36.80. Be careful. Don't I wouldn't go call buying yet. I'm about to do a Zoom interview. You'll be playing in the background as I can't afford to miss any updates on Revlon. I make more money from your stream than a job. Wish me luck. Thanks, Stonks Streusel. Good luck, man. Hit the like button, you pores. If you could, it'd be nice. No, here, I'm day trading this, by the way. For all of you that wanted me to day trade the SPX. The whole basket, all of the stocks are being manipulated by the same funds. Just some have more potential than others. Woo! I think you might have missed the profit taking. The good time to profit take if you were swinging was like here. Great time to look at NVX. ENVX. Hmm. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like that. really enough history. Nice recovery, though. If we get the test of 3680, I'm going to be so fucking happy right now. RevD listing hearing October 13th? Yes. Jimmy bidding hit. Yeah, some of the short liquidity being brought to bear. I mean, they just effectively neutered 2 hours of price improvement. I still think it's better to wait for some price improvement before selling covered calls. GME IV's been ticking up, which is good. If it ticks up to like 110% from where it is now, you know, that's a much better opportunity to sell covered calls at. If you can hit a decent like price and IV increase, then you're selling, not only are you selling delta and theta, but you're also, you know, selling off that higher IV. And so the rate at which your contract returns premium is effectively increased. Between now and Friday, what are you looking for or to exit the 1021 GME calls? They're up to about a 50% loss right now. I'd like to see them move up a little higher. Like 30-20% loss, and then I'd be more than happy closing them out. My 30s are doing a little bit better. Those I might hang on to. I average them down quite a bit. They're almost at well, net zero. They're still a loss, but 8%. They're down 8% right now. So a small IV bump would be perfect for them. I'm not putting BlackBerry on the screen. I'm sorry about your bags. Are American market makers also selling and buying at foreign marketplaces? Probably, yeah. Why not? And to some degree. When was the last time you squarted? I'm not sure what that means, Velvet Jupiter. Sounds personal. I refuse to update the WeBull desktop. You probably should. And I'm out. Hey, it did the thing I said. That's cool. Now after it fucking stopped me out, it'll drop to 39.85. Oh, I hate playing it safe. $1.7 million GME shares borrowed like a while ago. Dude, I wouldn't buy Matt with your money. If you use custom layouts in Weeble, don't they get nuked? I don't think so. I don't know. But I don't think so. Even to lower cost basis, no value in MMAT ever. I mean, I'm never buying it. I played the Torchlight run up. I made some good money, but I've never touched it since. Is there any credence to the GME T plus 69 cycle? Sort of. And no, it doesn't run every 69 calendar days. That's an inaccurate measurement. But it's great that the DD's finally caught on and no credits given to the person who wrote it. Can you briefly explain the T plus 69 theory? You can only roll shit through CNS for so long before you eventually just have to cover. Getting closer to the money last OPEX really helped. Nice, man. Congratulations. ETF FTDs are due October 6th through 14th. XRT's first day of forced covering on Threshold is October 11th. Yeah, Jay Fresh wrote it. Thoughts on TCAT? You know, I bought TCAT in March of 2021. I mean, it's a big pile of shit, but it was a fun ride when it ran. Any idea why it ran so hard? No. It did though. It ran really hard. I mean, there was like a lot of bullishness on like NFT stuff at the time. It got picked up and like kind of ended up in the news cycle. How on earth did you get in on it? I got in on it when it like started moving up, and one of my scanners picked it up, and I bought some shares. It ran for like a while. It wasn't just all at once. I think I played it for like a couple weeks. But if I remember correctly, and I don't, I think I bought in, um, somewhere around like eight or nine, and I was out. I think like the next day when it hit like 40, and then I missed the run up to 80 entirely, and I caught it when it bounced. It bounced like a few weeks later. I don't remember what it went to, but um. I made some money on like the dead cat bounce. I mean, you just look for like I think the scanner it got picked up on was like just disproportionate volume, like above the historic average. It wasn't like a very complex scanner that picked it up. I was pissed though because I bought a lot. If I remember correctly, I bought like 500 or 1,000 shares, and then it like the day after I sold, it fucking went up to like $80. S&P futures look bullish as fuck. They look pretty good, yeah. Yeah, head and shoulders. Did you write the scanner yourself? No. What scanner would you recommend for a newbie? Learn to use FinViz. It's a good one. And it's free. So bullish, but potential for a breakdown. Yeah. I don't know actually how much potential there is for a breakdown here. This like 36.95 level has really decent support. And with puts capitulating, like the odds of a breakdown are lower. But we could slide to 36.85. I don't think we will. Like I think this on the rare occasion that a head and shoulders doesn't break down, I think this might be one of them. If it does break down, I think we'll see a higher test before the breakdown. Wouldn't pigeon wheel scanners, so can we can front run the pores more than we already do. My power is still on. Winds are picking up, rain's getting heavier. We'll miss you, Zakir. What's your favorite WeBull widget? I just use it. You know, I just use the stock fucking setup on it, right? You can't bolt your feet to the ground. That's how you drown. Hey, I was right. Look at that. Straight to 37.50 now? No, you're too bullish. You need to pull your shit back. Okay? That's if I lived in Florida, I would build a small hill and then build my house on it. Like a castle. Like a small hill surrounded by a flood wall with the cat with like that with the house in the center of the small hill. A compound? Sure. Yeah, I mean, but less culty. Well, at some point I have to own a Florida house because of taxes. Like I'm not going to live there, but I have to own it, right? Kirk would build Camelot. I don't know. I mean, if the spy goes to 3,900, I'm so deep in spy calls right now. Whoever's able to pull me out would be King Arthur. Oh yeah, I did it, RP. I did it. Did you see movement for Upstart during the FTD period? Maybe, yeah. I mean, its ETF, its primary ETF got threshold the same time it did. Hey, dude, why spy calls? I feel like everything on the news is saying ouchie down's imminent. What's your thesis? The shorts are exhausted. Market's got to go up. If the market had real participants instead of just a bunch of hedges, then that might be a different story. But it doesn't. All of you fucks are broke, and the institutions aren't selling their shit. They should make a JPOW skin in Fortnite. They should make a JPOW skin flute. I can think of some buyers. Yay, Zakura's still with us. Don't get too attached, is my advice. Distance yourself now, just in case. That's what I try to do if like friends are in imminent mortal danger, dying. You just start mentally disconnecting. Yeah, like an emotional straddle. Exactly. Just start shedding that short leg, you know? Otherwise you could get pulled down with it. Nice, Yuri. What about Zakir's wife? The channel would never recover. Would Micron earnings tomorrow affect AMD tomorrow? Maybe. But you still live in Florida, man. Is Florida part of the Midwest? Yes. Florida's its own separate thing. It's just southern New Jersey. You know what it is? Florida's part of southern New Jersey, geographically. Can you read Zakir's eulogy now, just in case? No, we'll save it for later. Stop that. We're so much better than Jersey. No, you're not. You're basic. 50% of your population's from New Jersey. All right. It's impossible to be better when you can't surpass the mean. Sometimes of the year, 80% of your population is New Jersey. Like spring break. Imagine moving to Idaho. That's because SPX on WeBull doesn't have tick data. Sir, bro. You don't need it on SPX anyway, but if you want, you can pay for tick data on TradingView. I think it's like $50 a month. Sorry, Idaho beef. Although I do assume you're from Idaho. Shut up, Stefan. Your positivity sickens me. Thank you, Carl. Open a fund and hire me to bark at people that are pissing you off. Like my muscle, like my corporate muscle. I thought that's what HR was for. Like HR is like the translator of your boss's sentiment. We're like, you know that fucking asshole Greg? Fire him. Fire him all over the place. He's a piece of shit. And then HR is like, we really need to talk about your performance. You know? Like they tone it down for you. I can't have you escalating shit, Carl. Sorry, Greg. I just flipped on the stream. What's wrong with Idaho? Potato shortage. Their economy's doomed. Kelly Surfer moved to Idaho to watch over grandparents. I miss the beach. I'm sorry, man. How far out are you getting spy calls? I have them from, at this point, almost every date from like 10/3 through November 18th. Sorry, Mighty Potato, but you should be proud. You're becoming a rarity, according to Potato Tom. Or Tater Tom. Hashtag Tater Tom, guys. Get it trending. Idaho is doomed. I live in the UK. Idaho is the picture of economic health right now. Yeah. Idaho is really the American dream. It's flat and brown. Um and you can get a $60,000 a year job in Boise and eat at corporate chain restaurants every night. Oh, and they have a bike path now. There's a lot of flat besides the pointy part. I'm not sure anything about the American dream is brown. Hey, I'm in Idaho. Not up north. You just have to worry about the white supremacists. That's part of the pointy part, right? It's just less culty Salt Lake City. Like, it's not great. Don't talk it up like it's some amazing place. We all know you're lying. He can't trick us, Idahoans. Do you guys just call each other spuds? I'm already long Apple. I'm okay with your brand of positivity, Pickle Morty, because it's weighted in sadness. You're just trying to use positivity to dig yourself out of the hole. That's okay. Deal with this free chat and take some hugs. Positivity and how you treat people matters in this world. Lies. Now be cool and buy my rev float. October 13 is so far. Hugs. It's really not. It's getting closer every second. Goober grabber? That's That sounds like a euphemism for picking your nose. Does that have to do with boiled peanuts? Boiled peanuts are amazing. Which state do you dislike the most overall? It's a toss-up between California and New Jersey. Probably New Jersey. Florida's third. Connecticut's just boring. Top 5 states. I don't know if there is a top 5 list. They're all just varying degrees of shitty. You don't eat the shell. You eat the nut part, but it's boiled. You don't hate California. You just don't like SoCal. I don't like NorCal either. They're just as pretentious as Southern Californians, but in a different way. Though the weather's nice. You have to remember, most of the people who've moved to California have just been successful somewhere else, have enough money to move to California, where they can play Keeping Up with the Joneses in a bigger arena. Florida is like what Jersey wants to be. They just can't compete with the cities in Florida. If we're being honest, New Jersey is like New York City's pickle, but Florida is the US's pickle. We are what Jersey wishes it was. No, same. Jersey City, Miami, beaches. I don't see the difference. Crocodiles? I've been super comfortable with all my positions and been making money. Couldn't have done it without this stream. Cheers, bud. Thank you. NorCal greater than SoCal. Appreciate it, Bud Liquor. Don't you ever compare Jersey City to Miami? I can't tell the difference. South Florida also has the Everglades, an extremely unique ecosystem and one of the best bird migration spots worldwide. Yeah, I can't say I'm particularly into birding, so that doesn't interest me at all. It's also a fucking swamp. Thoughts on which way the SPY consolidation is gonna break? It looks good, right? I mean, the consolidation technically already started to break up. Hey Greg, how long do you keep the membership chats? I don't know, however long they stay in the feed. I really want to make sure I hold on to it long enough to say something witty and funny. You feel? You've done it, Mighty Potato. You hit the nail right on the head. The SPX hasn't really moved up more today. It moved up and then it fell, and now it's just back where it was. Don't tell any of the others, but I'm a birder. The difference is that Miami smells like booty sweat because of all the hot Latinos. Jersey smells like booty sweat because of old hairy Italian men and garbage. You haven't been to New Jersey lately, have you? There's no old Italian men anymore. Not in the city centers. Not since the 60s. New Jersey smells like booty sweat because it's full of garbage. No, I haven't talked about FLNG with the Nord gas leak. What do you want me to say about it? The one area near the Newark port, not just Newark, Elizabeth too. Oh, and that area over by Giant Stadium smells really bad. Newark, yeah, Newark is horrendous. It's like a chemical attack. That's at least 50% of the state. Nobody goes to the left side of it. Like Western Jersey? Who's going there? You gonna go to Mount Vernon? What are you, 95? Yeah, the Meadowlands, ironically named for its vast fields of trash smelling swamp. Yeah, Trenton's pretty bad also. Princeton area is nice. You could say that about any Ivy League school, though. I don't know why, but they really like to stuff Ivy League schools like right in the middle of terrible areas, and then just keep the area the school's in extremely upscale. Like Yale. New Haven is a shithole. But the area around Yale, really nice. They want the poors to know what's up. Yeah, USC. USC's in the middle of fucking Compton. I always thought that was the most ironic shit ever. Like all the spoiled rich white kids going to school in the middle of South Central. Yale-born students not to go more than 500 yards from campus alone. You're wildly overestimating the size of New Haven. I mean, it's not very big. I know that. It's not tiny. It's small. It's a small city, but Columbia University is right next to the slums. Not really. Columbia is like mornings. Most of that area is super gentrified nowadays. 20 years ago, maybe 50 years ago, sure. But rent in Morningside Heights is like almost the same fucking price it is on the Upper West Side. Columbia equals SUNY Harlem. No, that's City College. City College is in a bad neighborhood. Still. But there's an argument that there really aren't any that many bad neighborhoods left in Manhattan. Coronet has terrible pizza, and Tom's Diner is disgusting. You have to be really fucking drunk to eat there. What profit percent do you generally buy back your CCs? Rule of thumb, not looking to hold you to a price target. If they're up 50% in a period less than half of their remaining theta, then I'll usually buy them back. There's also an argument that there really aren't any good or bad neighborhoods in all of New York. No, there's definitely some bad fucking neighborhoods. I don't know if there's any truly good ones. Like there, yeah, of course, there's always danger. It's a city. There's millions of people, but there's also safety in numbers, right? Like you're far less likely to be the victim of a crime if you're surrounded by 1,000 other people than you are if you're alone. But if you're an idiot, you'll get in trouble in New York, right? Like if you're like, oh, I'm gonna go get drunk and ride the train at 3 a.m. into the South Bronx, like that's when bad shit happens. You know, at one of my first jobs, I worked with a guy who mugged someone. The guy made like $350,000 a year, and he got busted mugging someone on the subway. I think he was just doing it for the thrill. He was a psychopath, but good for that guy. What's your wheat play? Long and hard. Was it Patrick Bateman? Similar discussion. But he got popped. I think he did it once and he told people at work about it. And I don't think anybody believed him. And then the second time there was a cop on the train and he got busted and he had a handgun, which was not good. Yeah, he didn't make 350K a year mugging people. I think he worked in fixed income, actually. I mean, those guys kind of go crazy with the tedium. I have no idea how much time he did for it. I know he got arrested. Armed robbery? I don't know, 5 to 10. Yeah, New York has a lot of New York has really strict criminal codes. They have a lot of like mandatory sentencing laws. So probably, yeah. He probably got extra time for it for having a gun. Have you ever sold a CSP on SPX, SPY, XSP, etc.? The required capital is insane. Yeah, I do it all the time. Use margin, Lenny D. Sweet, sweet margin. And you hedge. Correct me if I'm wrong, but is it time for Nerve? You're wrong. They never opened an options chain on it. I bet New York City jail is a good time. Well, he grew up in the Hamptons, so I'm sure he was well prepared for a life in a federal penitentiary. Aren't wheat thins made by General Mills, the manufacturer of Lara bars? Do you think SPXS can get back down to the 17-18 range? No, but maybe sub 20. What's it at right now? Yeah, it could. I mean, it could potentially fall sub 20. The market would really need to push up, but it could. It's not a very good put position if that's what you're trying to do. You're better off buying puts on VIX. There's far more interest in shorting volatility. hedging's easy. You just get the inverse of your position. It's not that complicated. I mean, it's not like you're gonna like hedge naked positions with delta on the fly as an individual. Unless you're writing like trading algos. What's up, buckled up, John? I think it's time for everyone to say hi to buckled up Jen and make Stefan feel bad that he's not a hot nerdy girl. Was that the Rev Squart that the ketchup, mustard, and relish lines showed? It's. I don't think it's over, but it's the beginning of the squartening. Buckled up, Stephanie. One day my day will come. Yeah, Carl's trying to catfish me right now. I mean, Carl, you're someone's type, just not mine. Any idea why Rev's omnibus hearing for today was canceled? Sorry if you answered many times. I didn't. I have no idea. Maybe call the clerk at the court and find out. They're open for 3 more hours. Maybe his wife likes him. I mean, that's not what she said, but I suppose. Not even a little. I need more coffee. This is ridiculous. I'll be right back. I think I finally hit the sweet spot on my grinder for this coffee blend I've been drinking. Because the crema just came out fucking thick like Carl's ass. Thanks, Visceral. Dude, Tootsie Roll's killing it. You mean not changing in price? Believe it or not, I met Kendra Wilson at the local Walmart one time. He was in the bicycle section sniffing the seats. After a long, hard whiff, he looked up, and I realized he was my coworker. That's really awkward, Devin Dillsbury. What do you guys do? It's up 2%. That's a whole 8 cents. Dude, the fucking market's up 1.61%. I guess it's outperforming. Is it me or are there a bunch of gaps on Upstart? No one cares about those. Kendra's a social worker. Kendra probably runs a non-profit for children's cancer. No one cares about MMAT, Team Hippopotamus. Outperforming is something my wife never tells me in bed. I'm sorry, B-Diz. Have you at least gotten well you tried? It's okay, her boyfriend's super nice. Well, that's good. Would you hold SPY 3070s overnight? 930? Uh, maybe? We've got some, like, nice momentum today. The beginning is in, so... Yeah, I could see that. Kendra Wilson's my vote for school guidance counselor. He'll ensure the kids are on the right path by scaring them to death about the wrong one. That's not... No, you don't want to teach children through fear. That's not an effective lesson. So we got stabbed to death at Ocean Resort Casino in AC this past weekend. I was supposed to be, but my daughter got COVID, so I had to cancel my reservations. Nice. That's like your calls going in the money. No joke, if I ever won the lottery, I would want to be an elementary PE teacher. Maybe high school would be better for you, Kendra. I think you'd get fired slower. I'm done being in public. Welcome to the club. Doesn't mean you would have definitely been the one person that got stabbed. Yeah, but he wasn't even in the pool, right? So, winning. Can't play if you don't buy a ticket. I'm doing reverse psychology. I'm the one acting like a child. I feel like that's what develops the best adults. Like the most responsible, mature adults are that way because their parents are a shit show. So they've had to be responsible and mature their entire lives. They're miserable, don't get me wrong, but they're more successful people. When you treat your children like children instead of acting like a child yourself, like you birthed your own caretaker, um, you really just you raise children. Traumatize your kids for successful adults. Exactly. That's like all the shitty like rich kids who end up losers even though they had everything. Um they were all raised like children. Be the change you want to see in the world, people. JB Hunt Transport Inc. filed the notice of adjournment of certain matters scheduled for September 28th. Oh, okay. So it just got adjourned. My business is booming because of the bang up job parents are doing. Are you an Adderall dealer? I don't know who Jill Biden is. I do know that if his son runs for president, especially after the footage from this last weekend of the water slide, I'm voting for him. You're onto something there, bro. My wife, traumatized, PhD, super professional, just knocks them down one after another. Me, raised in a lovely family, a degenerate. Exactly. I'm glad you're having a existential crisis, Superman. Good for you. Close psychotherapist. Oh, okay. Same thing, right? Well, no. No drugs. You have to do it with pen and paper. It's harder. It's harder to get high with a ballpoint pen. That's what our elected officials should be doing. Hanging with the peeps who elected them. Exactly. I think all politicians should have a mandatory 24/7 stream. Every aspect of their life is filmed as long as they're a public servant because we deserve to keep our eyes on them. They wanted the limelight, give it to them, you know?
Fuck their personal lives. They can have that back when they're not elected anymore. No, even the pooping. It's perfect. And the revenue generated from ads could be used to, fund programs. Like, make them, if they're turning it on and faking it, make them do it 24/7. Yeah, also full transparency of their day trades. I think I wrote your number down wrong. Can you give it to me one more time, please? No. You'll have to guess. I'm glad that you're seeing things on the chart, Stefan. Good for you. I'm not sure we should incentivize hotness in our elected officials. They don't have to be hot. They could be funny, uh, magnanimous. There's other personality traits people are attracted to besides just hot. Sure, we'll get hotter politicians, but that doesn't seem like a bad thing. I played Bobby okay and made profit with my last 100 shares. Cost basis is 350-ish. I have no faith in the company, but they keep paying me premiums on weeklies, so why not? Thanks for showing me the way. Yeah, I mean, if your cost basis is nothing, who cares? But don't forget, as the price drops, so does the value in the primary holding you have. I don't know. I don't use Thinkorswim. So if I sold a 10.7 CSP on Upstart yesterday and it's up 50% today, should I buy it back? Probably. Right? You've already made 50% of the profit, but you still have 90% of the risk on the table, roughly. So why not just take the profit, right? I feel like that makes sense. Breaking news, it rained in Florida. People are gonna die, Danorama. You could at least make a better joke. You could ghost all of Pelosi's plays, but you have to watch her bathe every day, Clockwork Orange style. What would you do? I don't know. Is she really that good of a trader? Like, she does okay, but over time, right? Like, she missed hard on that NVIDIA shit. Breaking news, Ron DeSantis tricks the hurricane into taking a bus to Martha's Vineyard. Okay. Nice, dork. I have 200 shares of Palantir at 1651. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I'm sorry. That sucks. You could average it down. CCs on Palantir aren't bad. It's one of the only reasons I still have mine. You think we'll see SPX to 3850 before a breakdown to 3200, 3300? I think we're a long way off from 32 or 3300 Bullberry. But yeah, I do think we're going to see a short-term rally. It's looking better and better every day. I've been on the bear rally hype train since the market was still going down. I feel vindicated and better than everyone else simultaneously. Wouldn't buying more Palantir be throwing good money after bad? Yeah. I mean, they're not going out of business. They just don't make profit. Do you really think it's a 50-50 proposal on whether or not Rev will get delisted? No, but those are still the odds. I don't think Rev should be delisted at all. But they can still do it. So, and since it's being decided on in what amounts to a kangaroo court, I think it's best to keep it at 50-50 as far as expectations are concerned. Thanks, Sloppy Poppy. I love kangaroos. Right? I feel like the more retail exposure there is to Revlon, the more likely they are to delist it. Is that a close all Rev positions type situation? I mean, people will, right? Regardless of what it means, people will do exactly that. Can't you just buy kangaroo meat in like Australian grocery stores? Will you close all Rev positions if that happens, though? Maybe not. You know, Dork, I don't want to be argumentative here, but that gap down wasn't huge. At least not for the SPX. How would I fight in the UFC? I only have shoulders and a head. That doesn't even make sense. How long would you expect to wait for it to be relisted? If I kept my shares, I get them back if it is relisted? No, it would just move to OTC. It's not like removed from all exchanges. Girk's Ghost? What? Oh, what the fuck? Huh. Very tiny for some reason. I don't know how that happened. We should play Where's Waldo. I'll just shrink the size of my camera like box. I'll turn the camera off. I'll shrink the size of the box really small, and then I'll move myself somewhere random on the screen, and the first person to find me gets a round of applause. Yeah, that's what we'll call it. We'll call it Shorted and Distorted. That's the name of the game. Prize gets a sold covered call. You should change your aspect ratio so you blend in better. Hence the distort. Like larger? But then there's nowhere to put me. I'd have to be over here. And then people would be like, we can't see your options or ghost your plays. I think my current size is perfect. Neighbor's tree down. Still have power. We ride back to the storm. Good luck, Secure. If you survive this, awesome. If not, I've already detached myself. No, you can't, Bones. Prepare to reattach. Okay. Jimmy's just tenderly tapping VWAP, JC. I don't think that's grounds for pulling out Guybrush. Also, I'm beginning to suspect it may be Guybrush's fault that we're not getting OPEXs. I humor you every time and put him on the screen. But has he ever really been there when a real OPEX started? So you dare start down that dark path? I mean, it's making me think things. Guybrush was born on the first OPEX. Wasn't he born in August? That was the second one. It's a fucking cat. It might be. LeChuck for MOASS. Uh-oh. I'm not getting involved in this. This is going to create too much drama. Is Guybrush at Secret BlackRock intern? I don't know who you're talking about. Remember when it was just Stefan and his trusty stick? Like, you want to retest 27. This is how you do it. Is Upstart something that could explode at any moment? Yes. Should I buy more October $35 calls? They're down so much. Even with the averaging down, they're still down a lot. Is a VIX 22p too far out of the money? Yes. Is it on, well, is if it's on VIX directly, it's not that bad. November, I mean, it'll see more upside. I'm surprised it's going up, given how far it is out of the money, though. Anyone else here were able to hit that asteroid and attempt to change its orbit? Yeah, here's my problem with that. Is now that they've moved the orbit of the asteroid some fraction of a degree, when is it gonna hit Earth? We're gonna find out in 15 years that they fucked up and we're all doomed. Yeah. On MOASS Day. That'll be the day the shorts cover. We don't have Bruce Willis anymore. If we sent Bruce Willis to space right now, he wouldn't know why he was there. Not you, Bruce Wayne. The fate of the world rests with Ben Affleck. I mean, we already know how that'd go down. Which one would you sell first during a run? Let the other ride. So you have one that's poorly priced and one that's, I mean, probably at the same time if they're the same option. Can we get I don't want to miss a thing over, hold on for the video makers. This is a good one. So you play I Don't Want to Miss a Thing by Aerosmith, but instead of like Liv Tyler, it's just over Bruce Willis and notifications from the Society for Dementia. It's not about the copyrights. It's about it's about the message. Is it too soon? I can't tell if that's really dark or really funny. I mean, it's not like Bruce Willis will care. Even if he was insulted today, he won't remember tomorrow. What? He literally could not care less. Ben Affleck isn't a champion of anything, BMG. I'm not having this conversation with you again. If you love him so much, why don't you marry him? Just because Ben Affleck's in space doesn't mean Anna de Armas wants to hook up with you. Sleep tech and value. If the Fed actually sold everything off and cleared their bullshit, would this be the greatest rug pull of all time? Like for Japan and foreign debt holders? Debt buyers? Yeah, right? It's the perfect setup. The Fed rug pulls US security, like, or US Treasury holders. I love it. Get the dollar nice and strong, rug pull everything, burn all the other countries. J-Pow is either a genius or an idiot, so one day we'll find out. J-Pow is resmarted? A real-life version of Flowers for Algernon. Nice obscure literary reference. What? No, I'm just drinking coffee. Not doing shots on stream. Relax. Are your CCs up for sale yet? No, just keep hitting refresh. No, I just get emotional when I drink. That's all that happens. And no one likes that. Least of all my trading portfolio. How did the lawyer consultation go? I didn't get catfished. He wasn't a real estate agent, but I don't know if he's the right guy. I will buy you all the loop ring if you want, if you take a Darth Dan body shot on stream. There isn't enough loop ring in the world. Win Sava puts whenever you want, Marpo. He was actually not a referral. He's just a random guy. He had okay reviews. Do you miss your father? No? Can't say that I do. Win Rev $8. Probably sometime after 7. What are your thoughts on the Bank of England effective bailout? Good timing. I got a referral from my tax lawyer. But I have to wait like 4 weeks. You're not on a time crunch? I mean, not really, but sooner the better. Why would I use a certified financial planner? Those people are like the equivalent of high school graduates. It's like asking a high school senior what to do with your finances. Their answer is always like, "Oh, I found this like mutual fund that's beating the market by 0.3% this year. I think this is a great place to store some money for the long term." They suck. Fuck those people. They're just there to scalp points on old people's retirement income. Thanks, Barf Monster. Yeah, I'd rather lose 20% than be up 0.03. I agree with you, Potato Tom. Comparing it to a high schooler isn't fair, but yes, your description is pretty accurate. Whoa, buddy, I'm a financial advisor. Also, mostly what 99% of them do. Yeah. The ones that work in like private wealth management tend to be a little better because they get paid better. Do all financial planners sound like Eeyore? Yeah. They make just enough money not to jump off a bridge. And they all universally hate their lives. So it's a really delicate balancing act. Whoa, again. I'm sorry, Stonk Lover. I don't mean to be hitting so close to home. What did I miss? Did Rev reversed, or are there more lows to expect? I mean, it reversed. Moderately. Well, since you're doing insurance sales, you're not a financial planner, are you? But yeah, you're right. They only do well if you have a lot of capital. Anybody can build like a risk averse portfolio. Like I feel like you could write the entire guide in a Spark Notes and everyone in the world could do that job. Where to learn money management then? School? Yeah, but that doesn't make my port a daily coin flip of 1,000% or down 85%. Yeah, that's you, Carl. You need to add some numbers to that second value. System 1, System 2. Welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me.
Not gonna lie, I sold all my 65 plus year old clients 25% of their ports when the market was over 400 because of you, and they all think I'm a genius. You're welcome, Mr. Poopy Pants. I hope you get a promotion. Then you'll have even more 65-year-old ports to manage. I think it's great that so many people in here already work in finance. For all of you that don't work in finance, this should tell you something. %30 of the viewership in here is probably like hedge fund desk traders. I am a finance. Okay, Carl. Rev hasn't traded for almost 20 minutes. It's mid squart. Don't rush it. You don't want it to stress itself out. I sued to work in a casino. That counts, right? Sure, yeah. C1? I want to buy puts on it because my friend works there. It looks kind of good right now. I think you missed the put window, which was back in March. A watched stock never squirts. Once you have a book, it's the easiest job ever. Yeah, I have some friends who work in insurance also. Although most of them are kind of on the risk management side. I do know a few people who work in it, like insurance sales. But yeah, it's very nice once you get a nice client list going. I think most people in here should say they get paid by a finance company because they aren't working much. What do you think was the funniest moment ever on your stream? I don't know. There have been a lot of them. Yeah, I mean, I'd watch out for earnings. They're starting to look better. But nice job shorting the shit out of that. The first time someone asked you, do puts cost same like shares? And it actually looked like you were in pain. See, everyone will have their favorites. The day you banned yourself. When you pulled up James Rowland's YouTube bio, and it was the same as yours. Oh shit, it's Wednesday, not Thursday. 2 DTEs are so much less risky than 1 DTEs. I got this. Oh, Jesus Christ, Carl. I'm glad you're managing someone's risk. What's the difference in traders who started as pourers versus Ivy League trust fund babies? Traders that start as pourers are sometimes successful. The Riku dance party and shirtless Gurk. That was a great day. I don't know if it was funny, but it was a great day. I just thought of how I could lose all my 65-plus-year-old clients. Tell them I get financial guidance from a pickle-themed YouTube channel. I mean, that's when I just let me know in advance, and I'll make the channel members only, and just cut all the membership levels but Pigeon Whale. Next school of stock video, and what's the topic? I have no idea. It'll happen one day. One day I'll like be like, I should do that, and then I'll do it. I can tell you that day is not today. What UVXY positions do you have, if any? I have very few UVXY positions. I'm not sure what strikes I have right now. They're in the money. They're part of like my hedge. I don't have that open. Let me take a look. I have 750s for Jan 2023. I have 125 of them. I loved the first donation rush after your power went out You literally didn't know what was happening as everyone helped you pay your electric bill, which was already paid. Yeah, there've been a couple crazy ones. Uvxy, Jettle. Out of the books you've recommended, would you recommend starting with Intelligent Investor? No, well, yes and no, concurrently with technical analysis of the financial markets. You don't want to get too caught up in the value side right away because it'll bias you against the utility of technical analysis. Periodic reminder that even the worst trader in chat is better than Kathy Woods. Oh, Koala Hugger? That's its own clip. Do you deploy iron condoms to protect your three-legged investment strategy? Yes. They are the safest. We call them Spartans. Patent pending. This just in. Citadel CEO Griffin says there will be a US recession. Fuck. What an enlightening statement. Is the SPX only allowed to touch 3710 once a day? I mean, as long as you know it's going to happen once a day, you can make a lot of money on it, right? This is a bad time to buy GME calls? Eh. Like, they're not going to do a lot. What do you think the SPY high will be over the next 2 weeks? That's hard to say because it'll depend on economic data that comes out during that period of time. It'll depend greatly on call positioning. Right now, I think it's going to move up slowly, but that could accelerate if there's more interest. And if that gamma flip point gets pushed higher, we're probably going to hit it or surpass it at some point. And right now, it's like in the 3900s, like 3930. So it'll just depend, right? A lot like the last bear rally. You know, good news kind of came in the middle of it, and that pushed it even higher, like way beyond expectations. So just watch out for that this time. Like, don't get fooled by the same thing twice. I'm not gonna say it's gonna happen twice, but it could. Because as someone who was buying puts on the SPY at that time and continued to buy puts, it cost a lot of money in like rolling forward theta to, you know, reposition due to the continued rise. What the fuck is that? What, did you knit that? I don't know how I feel about this. Demonetized. Pickle Financial does not guarantee the efficacy of pickle condoms. I don't know how, yeah, I don't know how I feel about having my own voodoo doll. Is that made with dyed J-Fresh pubes? Rev finna bust? No. Not yet. Someday. Patience. Is Upstart gonna start going up? It's been up all day. It's up like 6%. What the fuck else do you want? I need you to look at your crystal ball and tell me a $28 cover call for 10.7 will be safe. No. I went on an entire rant the other day about not selling covered calls right now. And then you're like, hey, I sold a covered call at the money. It's going to be safe, right? Absolutely fucking not. Who's your favorite streamer? Me. I'm my favorite streamer. Mostly because I don't watch any other ones. And even if I did, I'd still like myself better. Do you see a possible second low for Cat? It did that already. I sold a 30. Am I safe? Does it expire the day after tomorrow? No comment, BMG. Jimmy 25s for this week safe. If Moon's gone, I'll step up. Moonwind's question right now would be, should I sell 27s? And I would say no, and then he would do it anyway. Which always made me wonder why he asked in the first place. Red mark on your right arm. Oh, I think I got burned on my oven. It's sort of healing. How did that work out for him? Well, it depends. There was that one day he sold covered calls, and I used all the margin in my Tastyworks account to buy shit tons of leaps on GME until the price went up. That was fun. I liked that day. How much did you pump the stock? Like $4? But he sold at the money covered calls. Yeah, and I made money on the leaps. My wife heard you talking and said you sound like a frat guy. No. I said, no way can you imagine the hazing horrors he would go through being a pickle? Seriously. I'm very excited for Cat After Hours. Interesting. You guys ever trade futures on Caterpillar? I'll keep my mouth shut. No, I did that to him a long time ago. I don't know why he hasn't been around. He got banned for a week and never came back. Please explain cat and futures. No. Future caterpillars are butterflies. Grant, don't tell people. Win GME futures? Probably not anytime. You know, a company has to have a future before you can sell futures on it. Right now, we don't know what GME's future is because we have no forward guidance. People are going to call you a shill for that one. People already call me a shill. I embrace it. What do you got, Tim? While we're on the subject of pickle crafts, this is a Christmas ornament my girlfriend made me last year. Gherkin tribute to adorn the Christmas tree. It's really weird, the idea of like having fans. I don't know if I'd call you guys fans, but I mean, it's nice. I like it. I wish Jimmy would do that once in a while. You know, the up part. Devotees. That pickle was bigger than mine. Carl, I know you're trying to normalize it, but it's just unusually small. Okay? It is a pretty strange cult, K-Dog. You could say you have a congregation. Hold on, I'm gonna add it to my Tinder bio. But then if like okay, but if we're gonna do that, right? Like and we're gonna file for the the religious tax stuff. Then I've got to like open up a building and we've got to do this live every day. Do I get on a stage? Do I throw like VWAP hats out to the masses? I don't know how to do it, you know? It's too much for me. On my way. If this cult turns into a church, I'm out. I mean, it's not like I don't love the idea of a laser hologram of myself 30 feet tall being projected onto a platform. But at the same time, it's just ridiculous. I just dropped 7 eggs on the floor. You should pick them up and pick the shells out of them and use them anyway. Have you seen Righteous Gems? No. And on the second day, he said, T+2 doesn't end until the bell Wednesday morning. We will need a choir to lead us in the singing of stream songs. Yeah, absolutely. Vup song and break time? I'm thinking about it. BBY earnings tomorrow. Any expectations? I expect them to be bad. Sell naked calls. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sell $12 naked calls to all the bag holders. How could earnings possibly be bad with their new fleet of turkey roasters? Yeah, but that fleet of turkey roasters is off season. Really? They're worth so little, even if you go far out. How bad is it? I haven't looked, honestly. Oh, Jesus. It's at $6 already? Fucking noose is tightening. Ooh, yeah. I could sell, like, November 1820s. Those aren't too bad. Or 15s. The 20s are better. What do you mean it won't net anything? It's free money. Doesn't it eat up some margin, which could be used better elsewhere, though? Sure. No, you play the down price in IV. You don't play the fucking like $12 weeklies. You want to sell the volatility after the crush. SPX gonna close above 3,700. It's looking pretty good. Jimmy's looking like it's gonna break 27 too. It's not about the margin, it's about the message. So if I have two $10 BBY leaps, I could sell two $20 PMCCs against it. Yeah. You could sell two $11 or $12 PMCCs against it. Has dollar peaked? No, probably not. Maybe in the near term though, with the Bank of England coming out with the like QE, that'll pull it back a little bit in the near term. But you know, the next rate rise is just gonna drive it up again. The dollar will never be replaced as the global currency. Not in our lifetimes. Not unless they replace the dollar with a digital dollar in order to destroy a bunch of debt. The dollar is backed by something far more important than numbers. It's backed by missiles. Shitloads of them. Why do you think we spend so much money on our military? It's not to fight for the justice in the third world. It's because one day someone will be like, fuck your dollar. And we'll be like, no, 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 no. Fuck you. Much like Super Stonk, the only way we can lose is if we destroy ourselves from the inside. Speak softly and carry a big stick. Relax, Carl. Fuck around and find out why we don't have universal health care. Exactly. I mean, we do, but only for the military, right? It's I've many times spoken on the irony that the military facilitates all the social welfare programs that the people who support the military most staunchly despise. It's ironic, if nothing else. Golden rule, have the gold, make the rules. Except we don't have the gold, we have the missiles. We have the missiles and the gold. We have both. Golden missiles. Why BBBY back on the screen? Oh, misclick. One of these days. How's Macy's doing? Look at Macy's coming back hard. Guys, we got rejected at $27 again. Yeah, because you didn't tell me the ticker, Keith Dill. And then I just assumed that they were a private company and moved on with my life. SPX 3700 straddle for October, a good idea? No, well, no, I'd almost prefer a shorter dated one. When in October? Like October 21? Shorter dated's probably better. Because then at least, like, you're not holding on to some put that's not going to print till SLD, and then may not even print on SLD. DPSGY? Jesus, it got slaughtered. It's an OTC stock? I want to say it looks like a good buy. Shaving down their liabilities a bit recently, too. Growth is slowing down. They're so close to book value, though. Yeah, that might not actually be bad. Like a long-term hold, but nice price on it. I'd have to do more research, but it doesn't look bad, man. Might be able to get a cheaper price on it. 27? 27, 25? That'd be amazing. Look like a SPY pullback into close. Thoughts? I don't know. We're just hitting some resistance here. She's gonna come roaring back. I wonder how much of that is like the like war in Ukraine being priced in, energy costs. And if energy costs go down, but that's probably like what, Q1 2024? $2023, maybe Q2 2023. Might be able to get a cheaper price on it though. Although I will admit the current price is rather attractive. Remember 1 year, I have several calls in the money, cat, oxy, etc. Do you set stops? Good till canceled or set them each day? I actively manage my positions, so I set them each day. Usually in the pre-market. Yeah. And congratulations on all your awesome calls. Dip to low 20s. Yeah, I could see that. 25 could hold depending on energy price fluctuations, but I think if oil rips back up again really hard, they'll probably come down into the like low 20s. Sub 25 seems like a stretch without some like a big catalyst. But I do like it. It does look good. 4.7? No way. No, not $4 or $7. That's too much. It'd be hard pressed, I think, to drop below 25. Like you'd really need, and if it did, it'd be brief. So maybe 4, more like 2 to 4 to the downside. Unless there's a crash or something, right? Like obviously, you know, you can get shit cheap in a crash. But you can't factor that into your strategy or your price targets. Catbrook 167. Yo, let's go. Look, the market's up squirting. The time is nigh. Crashes my home buying strategy. Just be warned, it'll be brief. You'll want to be pre-approved going into it. Yeah, we can have the Power Hour song.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Sometimes I feel like Ahab. But like if he won. Devin got burned up by the rocket boosters. He's got a helmet. Yeah, 2702. Any update on proof that Sanjit is DFV? No. I don't care what the fib is, Olga. You should know that by now. Look at Fubo, $4.01. Bullish. The GME chart's right there. October 7, SPX 3750Cs. Wait, do you have them already, or you want to buy them? You didn't want to buy those at, 36.30? You want to buy them now at 37.20? Seems less good, right? Oh, ye of little faith. No, $30 cover calls for next week are not safe. They're probably mostly safe, but they're not completely safe. But you can trade SPY in the pre-market. It just depends on your brokerage. I think TDA has like 24-hour SPY trading. I thought it was SPX, but I think it's SPY. Why can't I get a fill and selling my SPY 0 DTE 387? Because you're out of the money? Try using a market order, maybe? Jimmy finna squirt? No, Jimmy's finna be internalized. Did the hedge flip on the SPY at 370 or something? Big volume. SPY's 3070 strike or 370 strike is very positive gamma, so big hedging event when it hits it. It'll die off at like 370 250 or yeah, 370 250-ish. Scott Bag, what are your expectations for GME for the rest of the week? We could still see more upside, but it's going to take a lot of market pressure to get it. I own GME, Fubo, Rev, various calls on the same. It's all green. Is this the apocalypse? No. Believe it or not, this is just a market rally. The hedge flips at like 39.30. There's quite a ways to go until the hedge flips. What's the next good window for selling GME CSP? Right before the FTD period next week? Yeah. Are we reaching a top now? Is it time to sell? Maybe like a local peak, like if you have short dated stuff. How many DT are your overnight SPX, SPY and SPX hedges? I made a video about it yesterday, I think. Or like straddles. Well, maybe I didn't clip that. I can't remember. Usually a few DTE. 14's ideal. But I know it's expensive. Not tempted to de-risk on October 21 3700s? Not at all. I sold my like one DTE 3700s that I had earlier. Why not 0 DT if it's a hedge? The overnight holding period burns up a lot of theta. Because you're buying them the day before, right? Also, if it keeps moving, you want to hold the leg open. They're not just hedges, right? They're plays on the current volatility of the market. Because this SPX is chopping, but it's chopping in a wide range, right? It's chopping between like it was. That may be over. But like 3,700 and like 3,650, right? And so, you know, you've got a lot of room in those movements. And then if it follows one trend or the other, you want some theta to capture the breadth of that movement. Because if it drops from here and then like a few days later it could hit like 3,550, which is huge. And if it moves up from here, it can hit like 3,800. Both of these have a lot of potential, and like by buying shorter theta, you limit the potential of the winning leg. So it's ideal to have more time. But you can do both. You can like I mean to offset the overnight theta 3 days for 3 or 5 days is sufficient. You don't need 14. 14's more like you want to follow the trend when it breaks. At what point, what resistance do you think the SPY would struggle to get past this week? 3,750 and 3,800 to the upside. I love when everyone gets like bullish simultaneously. What about the SPX gap at 4,000? It could fill. The chances are slim, right? At least right now. You're looking like you're trying to look too far into the future without confirmation, which is just risky. Like if you're betting on it filling the gap at 4,000, you're gambling. At least based on like the current positioning. If that positioning changes, then the potential for that goes up. What about the 23-minute gap at 217 on Revlon? Cat is killing it today. Thanks for the pickles pick. No problem. Remember yesterday when everyone wanted to sell their far dated calls because they were down a little bit? I remember. Are you not putting a stop loss on your October 21 3700s? No. On the group's keeping Rev down. What do you think their end goal is? Not to cover? Or at least not to cover in a way that will drive up price? Why is M lagging the SPX? Well, because it's in the Russell 2000. Remember when you said you would make me an honorary pigeon whale? No. It's more important that Upstart breaks 25. It's also more important that GME breaks 30. 23 is like cool, but not a big deal. Does Revlon have a turnaround plan? Yeah. I would imagine it goes along the lines of buy the supplies needed to fulfill the current orders. So want to get in a game of Ultimate Frisbee? What part works best for you? I can be skins. I mean, if we hit 4,000, I'm going skins anyway. But I don't want to play Ultimate Frisbee. Are you still straddling SPX, or have you just gone full bull now? The only puts I had closed this morning, which were from yesterday. I mean, I'm gonna buy puts again tonight, but yeah, I'm pretty full bull. It's all printing right now. It looks great. Story time. When I was young and dumb, my friend invited his girlfriend's ex-boyfriend over to a party. There was some pizza left over, so he put all of the leftovers in one box, and then he and several others made white under the cheese, and the ex ate 2 to 3 slices. I don't think he knows till this day. What life did you live? Yeah, it's Kendra. Did you tell him it was the Alfredo sauce? That's definitely crime, yeah. Typical Kendra comments. Yeah, I'm holding my cat calls overnight. God. You guys can't be down. You can't be up. Do you have some fucking like, I don't know how to say this without it sounding insulting. So I'll just say the insulting thing. Grow some fucking balls. Big swinging, risky balls. Thanks again, Pickle Man. Swinging through New York in a few weeks on my winter move to Florida. Weird. You need any oysters from Maine, or maybe pick up some pho for you? No thanks. You can have that for yourself. I know, Carl. Don't be low T like Carl, guys. You're fucking down 6%, and it's like, oh, should I sell my calls? This doesn't look good. And then you're up 6%, and you're like, ah, I should capture profits immediately. This money's never been count this long. Just relax. That's why you buy Theta. Yeah, there's the other side of that, which is you relax for too long and hold until it's worthless again. But Jimmy gonna trade $1 million in volume in the final 4? I mean, closing settlements usually like some. If you haven't been down 100K, you haven't lived. I don't know about that. As someone who's been down 100K, it's not fun. Like March was one of the happiest moments for me this year. But the entire time leading into March was fucking miserable. I was down 180k in Feb. I wasn't down that much, but I got close. I think at the worst part of when I rolled my Feb calls in January, I think that was the lowest I was, and that was fuck. I think I was down like 108. How'd you get out of that? I had a massive call position in for June during the March run up. All my options like fucking 25x'd. How long do you expect the SPY run up to last? A couple weeks. Depends on how quickly it moves up. Holding SPY 370p, 2 DTs overnight. Same like big swinging coconuts. Same like throwing money away. I don't know, did you just buy them? Whoa, weeks? I mean, the VIX has to come down. It's going to take some time. Define short term. Like, I'm not thinking the SPY is going to move up to 3,900 in a couple days. It could, but I doubt it. Yeah, GME liquidity is really low right now. But so's interest on GME. So the low volume is an effect of both. The lower liquidity gets, the more volume is traded. Thoughts on Fubo hitting 5 this week? Really unlikely. Just got back. Is Secure okay? I don't know. Who's Secure? I really don't care about APRN, man. I think it has very low potential and shitty option spreads. I hope his wife's okay. Yeah, Jimmy's moving up a little bit. Glad I held my bag on these 38.75s instead of selling them for an 80% loss. Vup song for cat? No, we don't play songs for Caterpillar. It's 168 now, literally MOASsing. I know. No, ASAN looked okay. I agree, it's interesting with the buy-in. But is it primed? No. There's also really big problems with like sub $5 stocks. Like, I really don't want to get into all of it, but let's say Gamma doesn't work the same. They have very narrow range of strikes, usually very few expirations. The effective market making on the underlying is minimized, right? Even if they're illiquid and they have potential. So, and they don't have a lot of notional value in their price improvement. They also usually have untapped liquidity, which presents massive risk to any run, generally in the form of warrants. I know ASAN looks good, but I'm more speaking towards APRN. I said ASAN looks good. I've moved beyond ASAN. I'm trying to explain why I dismiss so many of these shitty, possibly running D-SPACs. Oh. No, I wasn't still talking to you. Fubo's not a SPAC holding though. It's just a buy and hold play. I'm not buying Fubo because it's gonna like run or OPEX. I'm buying Fubo because one day it will probably run in OPEX. That day is not anytime soon. I'm buying Fubo because it's cheap and it's worth more. Anyway, the notional value moves on those like $2 stocks. Like, what's that one everyone's been going AVYA? The notional value moves on these is general like this can move up 100% to $4. But if you have options, this sucks. Like, you're gonna get some money from fucking IV, but you're not gonna get any intrinsic value gain, which means that your options are slippery. There's a ton of risk. You're more than likely guaranteed to miss the peak. There's no continuation of this investment, right? Because as soon as everyone sells out of their volatility positions, the market maker is going to de-hedge and drop the stock to $1. If it runs hard enough and they have warrants outstanding, say it does hit 6 or 10, warrant holders are going to dump the stock, and it's going to happen fucking overnight when you can't trade your calls. So the only really good way to get exposure to these is to buy tons of shares, which gives you way less flexibility in managing your risk. What's up, Popcorn Trader? I was just talking about you. Rev volume all you? I don't know. I don't think so. Dork's getting squart signals, though. All good things? Of course. Isn't this like the lowest volume in the past decade? It's pretty low. $3 million is low for GME. 2 million is ridiculous. Volume profiles aren't the same. The stock split. So most of it's being compared to pre-split volume. Post-split, obviously, 3 million, 2 million isn't that unusual, right? Their volume profiles like that are a double-edged sword. You know, on one side, yeah, GME has low liquidity. But on the other side, no one's fucking trading it. No one cares. Interest has gone down. There is less call volume on GME's options chain, I think, than there may have ever been. Especially if you're comparing it historically. It's just not relevant. And low liquidity creates more volume, right? Because the less liquid you are, the more FTDs you create. And then you need volume to clear those FTDs, which generates more volume. So it's far more interesting when GME goes from very low volume to very high volume than when it just goes to very low volume. Yes, it does imply a lack of interest. Almost like institutions are deterred from the jolly band of bag holders sucking up all the liquidity. Yeah. $20 million shares DRS last quarter. Like anything, it peaks and drops. It's not going to consistently stay as high as it was during the split period. It's unrealistic. I don't want to hold in October. Up to you, man. Thought this on this little run on GME continue tomorrow. Yeah. Don't forget that, you know, utilization's really low right now, though. So any potential for a breakout on GME is going to get stuffed pretty hard. Like, the market's going to have to move quite a bit, and call interest needs to come in on GameStop in order to drive us higher, because we've got to drive through all of that utilization that they can use up. And if the pressure isn't sufficient, they'll just stymie the price until interest dissolves again, and then we'll go back down. Yeah, I'm sure GME utilization is going to go way up today. Retail's very easily dissuaded from continuing to maintain positions like that, though, right? Like everyone buys into calls and then they stagnate the price and they're like, ah, fuck it. And they sell out and then they run it. But 15, yeah, 15 million a quarter, I would say, is a little more realistic. Maybe a little higher because the price of the stock is cheaper now. And that does incentivize more retail buying. Not that the stock's cheaper, but it appears cheaper. I'm like long BTU. I got back into my position the other day. So I got back in sub 20. I mean, if it continues to run and commodities start to pick up interest into the end of the year, BTU can probably move back up into the range it was, back in like March, April. No, they don't want to internalize like an actual covering period. That's one of the reasons, like, even if we're kind of primed for a move, we don't see moves really outside of the two periods, like OPEX and ETF FTDs, because they just stuff all of it. The interest is too low. It's still always the shit I said back in November is still true. If people are buying calls, Jimmy's got a way better chance of going up. They're doing the reverse of that. Because if retail builds up gamma on the chain, they have to blow it all off before they can flip their hedge. We back in on M? No. I probably should. But I might wait. I made 14% off BTU in 2 days, but sold because CC's in the money. Can't complain. Thanks, Pickleman. How are you so good at picking stocks? I don't know. Effort? EPAM gonna squart back up to 420? EPAM will probably move up. I'm probably not gonna go along on it now, but if tech starts doing good and like QQQ starts to pull up a bit more, I might target like 400. It's a little too early, I think, for it though. You're reshorting EPAM at 420 again, aren't you? I mean, not until I go long on it. Sold Fubo for spy puts this morning. Sold spy puts for less Fubo this afternoon. I told you the market wasn't going to 35.50. I wanted it to too, though, so I can't blame you. I would have much preferred that the market fill and bounce off that like solid resistance than bounce where it did. But yeah, I'll take it. When's CC's for next week? Tomorrow? Tomorrow or Friday? I haven't decided yet. I mean, like, obviously, like, if I wanted to sell 28s, they're way better now than they were this morning. They are keeping IV low, intentionally, though. More stability in the bounce. More put capitulation. We would have really gotten a lot of the upside puts off of the chain if we'd hit that lower target. It won't matter. They'll get burned anyway. But, like, the upside would have been more stable. We would have taken fewer days to cross, like, 3070. Or 370, 3700, sorry. Holding your SPY calls overnight? Yeah. I think all my positions are like 10-3 or my nearest the money. Well, they're in the money now. Those, I don't know. I'll probably hold them. My 11-18s, I'm not doing anything with. My 10-21s, I'm not doing anything with. I have October 14 calls at 37.50. Obviously, I'm not selling those. Yeah, no, I don't think I'm closing any. I'm pretty comfortable with staying above 3,700. So the riskiest position I have right now would be the 3,700 9 or 10 threes. And yeah, I think I'm gonna hold those overnight. This only gets better the higher we go. Like, would you wait for a pullback on SPY or get calls now if you wanted to start getting calls? I mean, I would have gotten calls at the bottom, not halfway up the run, but it's chasey a bit. If you get a pullback at 70, 37.50, that's probably a good opportunity. You can put like short dated, sure, I don't mind that, but getting into long dated ones as they're pricing up is kind of risky. Unless you're gonna just go right at the money. Can you expand on the logic for holding off on CCs for now? Trying to poorly understand the logic of waiting besides the obvious. It's believed there'll be even better CC sale opportunities than now. Well, you know, even though they're trying to compress volatility and reduce the increase in IV, price is still going up and volatility is still going up. You know, if GME moves up to 28, 29 by Friday and IV moves up 10%, you know, that is a higher profit covered call than if you sold one today, you know, $2 of delta lower for 10% less volatility. So it's worth it to wait and see where the top is. Also, you know, there's enough gamma on the GME call side for it to move up above 28.50, which it hasn't crossed yet. Those calls aren't going to capitulate right now because the price is going up. So that there's confidence in those positions. They'll likely stay in place, but even more likely, more call positions will be added, and that could drive the price up even higher. You have to take into account like the psychology behind the positioning as well. You can't just look at the positioning. "15 minutes left to set up your straddle if you're still doing it." I'm going to. I mean, it's not 15 minutes. I have longer than that, but yeah, this isn't a bad range, actually. I'll get the 37.30 puts. I may not get a call entry on this, though. Maybe just kind of against my my calls that are already in place. Are the 930 170p on CAT capitulating yet? I don't know yet. Probably. They're getting pretty close to expiration. I wouldn't be surprised if they hadn't already started to capitulate today. But we won't know until we have the OI update, right? We're always going to be working on that delayed information. You got to make up for that with strategy. Lowest volume in GME history? Probably. That'll be really great for that guy's karma. Yeah, it's not like bullish that our volume's so low. You know, if fails were high, we wouldn't have such low volume. Because they would need to churn fails through CNS, right? And so we'd get a lot more volume. So it means fails are low, interest is low, and GME is a liquid. So two things bearish, one bullish. I know that doesn't make sense, but you know, when synthetic liquidity is being generated, when you have fails, when that low liquidity is tapped out, you get more volume, not less volume. So by that logic, fails on BBBY are really large, as it still trades almost 10 million volume every day. No, BBBY is just super liquid. GME is illiquid. BBBY is also $6. If GME was $6, it would have higher volume too. Liquid volatile stocks, like really liquid volatile stocks, are generally targeted by high frequency traders, right? Because they want to make money on the arbitrage, and there's lots of arbitrage opportunities because of the high volatility. You don't have those kind of traders on GME. The gap risk on GME is way too high. I didn't buy a SPY call position yet because I'm a little gun shy after getting pummeled on the last bear rally and a couple of OPEXs. I'm planning on playing shorter 3 to 5 DT at the money positions as it runs up. That's not a bad way to do it. I mean, straddles are still pretty great. VIX is still relatively high, although it is starting to come down. Remember that 3750 test, especially if we see it today, is a really good opportunity to enter like VIX shorts. Or if we like retest the 3700 level, rather. So a failure in this range and then a retest on the low. If you want something a little safer than trying to play intraday SPY movement, you can expect a shedding on VIX positions. VIX is more likely to go down than the market is to go up. Hey man, with your teachings, I was able to explain to my girlfriend why I lost on Apple being a degen, and she didn't say what. She'll be over around 4:30 as normal, she said. Thanks so much, adopted by the Dans. I'll be expecting her. I'm trying to see if SPX goes below 3730 so I can buy the calls out of the money. I might get it right here. Ideally, when you place a straddle, you get both positions out of the money. You don't want to buy one leg in the money. That sucks. So you're looking for consolidation, right? And then you're looking to like pick up the short side on a high test, pick up the long side on a low test. This is the most illiquid we've seen GME from like a trading perspective. And yeah, I mean, the split encouraged more buying. So we split. We had a big sell off of people that were going to sell off because of the split, right? That dropped the price a lot, which brought buyers in. Buyers have come in really strong. Obviously, we saw that, you know, in the updated DRS report and stuff like that. So, you know, long-term buyers came in really strong on the drop. And now, you know, we are more illiquid than we were before the split. Oh. I really want this to fail. Does Jimmy being very illiquid mean bullish for us? I mean, sure. If something uses, if they need to get liquidity from somewhere else, then yes, it's very bullish. If they don't get liquidity synthetically, then no. It just means that we're illiquid. Are ETF split obligations now off the table? No, but probably. I can't see them. It's possible they wrote them forward to September and then rolled them in August. Especially because XRT went back on Reg Show, which could mean they're due in, you know, October. I guess it'd be October or November. November would be more likely because that's when the. Well, no. November. Yeah, November would be more likely. But that seems unlikely. I don't know. It doesn't seem like they would do that. That's just more risk, right? I think this is the opportunity. A little lower. There we go. No, I'm buying calls. 3730 calls. Starting to look nice to me on the 1 hour. I just want feedback. Yeah, V looks fine. Starting to bounce. It's, yeah, right on support. It's bouncing where it should. I don't see a problem with it. Coming back up to the 180 level. 185s and 190s look really good right now. 200 if you have enough theta. 200's a bit risky, though. So those of you that are asking why I don't wait till the drop is complete before buying the calls, well, because it can bounce pretty violently, A. And B, I already have puts. So the downside part's already hedged. Yeah, because at that point you're really just selling like theta. 2950s. Yeah. I mean, those are just, you're just selling the theta decay at that point. What is theta on these? Yeah, these are probably fine. I mean, a little risky on an uptick, but IV30 is moving up. I guess it depends how many you're selling. They're not super likely to go in the money by Friday, but they could. You're really playing with fire there with like the level of internalization. If they blow off some internalization in IV spikes, especially on Friday, that's really dangerous, right? I don't understand why GME has been rising, because the markets have been going up. Also, GME is, you know, in kind of a sweet spot for the hedging. I mean, obviously everyone's position is different. Like, I have to sell a lot of CCs at once, so I need to time it really, really well. I'm not just gonna sell them like, you know, if I had like 5 fucking covered calls I was gonna sell, I wouldn't care. But I'm selling like hundreds at once, so it's really important. Ooh, this is my VIX opportunity. VIX opportunity? Yes. Rise, VIX. More. Who would ever want to carry positions overnight? That's crazy talk. Um, cool. Holding GME September 30th. September 30th, what? Ding ding. I don't want to know. The day is done. GME closing probably, did it fall back below 27? No, it held up. I had the SPY open. Yeah, everything looks good. I think the market turnaround starting to confirm. Looks nice. Yeah, end of day paper hands, not a big deal. As more and more confidence builds on this bounce, you know, we'll see more and more interest into close. Yeah, nice day. I think it went pretty well for everyone. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll see how this continues on through tomorrow. Everyone have a good night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.